What's up, guys? How's everybody doing? Horrible. Why are you horrible? You lost your childhood. Did you turn 18?
Okay, asshole, let's...
Don't. And you're wrong.
Those who look with clouded eyes see nothing but shadows.
Everything about you is wrong.
All born are bound to her. Should this world be unmade, so too shall her children.
The world won't end today. But you will.
The 20-minute video is fire? I agree, man. Yeah, no, that state of play was really fucking good. That's exactly what gaming events should be. The actual fucking video game. Crazy.
Destiny comes.
We drag our asses all this way. This is the welcome we get. Boy, oh boy. The price of freedom is steep. Embrace your dreams. And whatever happens, protect your honor. As a soldier! Come and
Yeah, it's pretty wild, man. They're not even the ones making the announcement next week. It's fucking Microsoft corporate, apparently. Apparently we'll watch. I have something that I saw earlier that's pretty informative. It's a guy who apparently has been hearing shit from like AMD and Nvidia and shit like that about what's going on, and apparently the entire Xbox division is completely fucking unaware of what's actually happening. So apparently it's like a fucking complete shitstorm over at Microsoft right now because the Xbox division doesn't even know what the fuck Microsoft is going to be announcing on Monday or whatever. So yeah, Microsoft has taken the gaming division back under their control.
Destiny's crossroads.
And why did you stop me?
I'm not really sure.
What will we find on the other side?
Freedom. Boundless, terrifying freedom.
Shadow
Like a
Evil with the
great,
5. Griffin, I think
never-ending sky.
best girl is hitting the dust. Go check the trailer. Yeah, I know what you're talking about, but they changed the scene with the white materia.
What you heard just now were the voices
Because
of
that
the
shit
planet.
falls out of her hair when she gets
Those
fucking
born into this
stabbed
world
in the
who
original.
lived and who
So why
died
is she handing
in
it to
return.
fucking Cloud in
They're
this
howling
one?
in
So
pain.
it's obviously different. So I'm gonna still hold out my
Because
hopium
of him,
that the
Sephiroth?
developers make the right decision.
Their words, they don't reach him. All these moments and memories, precious and fleeting, they're like rain rolling off his back.
Yeah, I'm gonna crank up the hopium, bro.
And when they're gone, he won't cry or shout or anything. He'd tell you that he only cares about the planet, that he'd do everything in his power to protect and preserve it. But this isn't the way it's supposed to be. There's no greater threat to the planet than him. Sephiroth has to be stopped. He has to be. And that's why I'm asking you to help me. I know that together we can do this. But if we do, we'll be changing more than fate itself.
Yeah, if they're gonna kill her,
If we
they're definitely
succeed,
gonna do it
if
differently.
we win, we'll be
So
changing
I don't know, man.
ourselves.
We'll have to see.
I guess maybe that's why I hesitated.
You said it yourself. He has to be stopped. And frankly, I don't know how
Dreamcast
to
guy
prevent
got a review up for Rebirth. Oh my god. Jesus Christ, man.
Thank you, Cloud. Ready?
Yeah. I'll have to use the D-pad.
Never tried to challenge destiny.
This could well be her last line of defense. It won't be easy.
Oski Woski with the 5. Imagine if they get rid of all the leadership and bring Bobby's team to, you know why, whip them back into shape. That would be awesome. Yeah, I wish. That is probably a lot of hopium, unfortunately, because, you know, Microsoft has the same problem across all their divisions of having a bunch of dipshits in charge.
That's right!
And Timothy Marco with the 2, she's handing it to Cloud and Zach's time. Maybe. You never know. And Maxwell with the 2, you got me into Kanye and PC gaming. So gaming. Nice one.
Gaming. Whether you can see the scenes or you can't.
I just don't know if they're going to keep the story the exact same in the remake, because they already said they're going to deviate. So the hopium is still on full blast. Until I see the sword pierce, the hopium is still on full supply. No, Sephiroth is definitely in Rebirth. He's literally in the demo. You can play as him, I'm pretty sure. Well, you could romance different people in the original Final Fantasy VII. They said they added new options, though.
Over there.
Whoa! I saw there with the 10 short version, Advent children's stuff is spanking the timeline. The ghosts are trying to stop him. You keep Aerith playable by cheating the way Zack is alive but dead in current time. Yeah, I guess. I don't know, man. We'll have to see. I mean, personally, I'm hoping that they alter the story and somebody else gets the fucking sword, but you never know. Judson Watkins of the 5, insert Sora and Donald and Goofy. You got Kingdom Hearts. That's right, man.
Looks a lot more like an arbiter of fate than the others.
We can beat them.
Barrett already got the sword and the fucking plot armor ghost protected him. So why the fuck could the plot armor ghost not protect Aerith, you know? So they've already kind of written out the stabbing as being like a final fucking death meme. I don't know. Because like Barrett literally walked off a stab from Sephiroth. And it's obvious the ghosts are protecting Aerith throughout the game. So...
fair.
trained for this.
Run!
We gotta go!
Just go!
Run, damn it, run! Move your ass!
Brace yourself.
Damn it!
We gotta get out of here now!
So long.
Did we do it?
Hang on! Eric!
Uh-oh. Yep, this part.
What the hell did I just see?
A glimpse of tomorrow. We fail you today.
Damn it! How do we stop these things?
Well, the big one is way over there. However,
These guys are right here.
Force Tifa dips out and I'm left with fucking Barret. The worst of the two. And at least he can be a healing bitch, but still. And I got knocked out of my fucking attack. Yeah, this is the end. Damn, man.
Back in it. Knocking me out now. Okay. No. See it.
Uh-oh. The meteor.
This can't be our future.
Bro, that meteor scene in the original game, though, is fucking wild, even by today's standards. Like, even for the fucking standards of, like, today's gaming or whatever the fuck, that shit's still pretty fucking crazy.
I say we split up. Take them down at the same time.
In that case, Ultra Big Boy's all mine.
Bring it on, bitch.
Sephiroth calls in like a meteor, or not a meteor, and it like fucking decimates all these fucking like planets and the sun and everything. It's wild. He like blows up the entire fucking solar system basically. Uh-oh. Dude, I'm fighting against Clive from Final Fantasy 16.
You can do this together.
But he has wings. Oh, that missed apparently.
I'll end
That's technically Bahamut, but it looks like Clive, bro.
No more games. It's over.
any last words.
Go on. Bring it. This one's for you.
Oh, she's weak.
Let's finish this.
You're up.
Ain't no stopping us now.
Nam flashbacks.
Go on!
Oh, we did too much damage. There goes the fucking materia.
We did it! Right.
I'm gonna show you what avalanche is made of. Gotcha.
There we go.
Did we beat him? Think so.
Where are we?
I'm waiting, Cloud.
What the hell is this?
This is... Sephiroth.
This shit's fucking badass, bro. Yo, Cloud, why can't that sword cut through normal fucking people?
Let's finish this.
Fate is not to be taken lightly, Cloud.
Shut up!
Come, Cloud.
You're mine.
Do I?
That's the shit that drove me crazy about fucking Bleach. Is like, you know, the motherfucker would have this massive fucking sword, and literally everybody would just eat fucking hits from it and just walk it off.
Don't know about me. Did he go?
You know it.
Beg for forgiveness.
No more.
Sorry I'm late.
The main character has arrived.
Let's go. Do you dream of me?
But Aerith and Sephiroth were supposed to originally be brother and sister. Then they were supposed to be like lovers, and then they changed their mind and decided, nah, let's not do that. Kind of funny.
Go away!
Enjoy.
There!
Well, if you look at Sephiroth and Aerith's hair, they have a similar hairstyle.
Dream of me?
Which in Japanese media, if people have similar hair, it usually means they're related. It's kind of weird. It's a thing.
Let's try that again.
One more shot!
Man, you can fill your fucking ATP gauge. Jesus.
Bingo! Bring it!
Let's finish this.
This one's for you!
So long.
Take that! One more shot!
Bring it. Duty calls.
Oh, he said duty.
Welcome back.
The gang's all here.
We can change it. Make it right.
The premium Zuck.
Careful now. That which lies ahead does not yet exist. Our world will become a part of it one day, but I will not end. Nor will I have you end.
This is...
The edge of creation. Cloud, lend me your strength. Let us defy destiny together.
Never.
Wrong answer. Yeah, Sephiroth saw fucking Cloud in that dress and was like, yeah, I want to be with you forever.
Not yet. Seven seconds till the end. Time enough for you, perhaps. But what will you do with it? Let's see.
Mr. Vice President.
Mr. President.
That's right.
The Reddit chuckles intensify.
Wait. Was that all of them?
Hey, Cloud. You see that?
Here.
Thank you.
Why is everyone superhuman strong? Because it makes it interesting.
Marlene.
Coming! Daddy? So, what now?
Sephiroth. As long as he's still out there.
I thought you beat him.
We can. We will. Count me in.
If it's to be a hunt, you could use a nose like mine.
I'm in too. Bastard wants to destroy the whole planet, doesn't he? An enemy of hers is an enemy of Avalanche.
Yup, no Sephiroth. He wasn't even in the game, dude. I sided with the 5. It would be annoying to lose Aerith after the leveling, but will anger the fanboys stuck in the 90s. Yeah. Well, that's what they said, is you'd be able to go back and do the stuff regardless of what point in the story you get to. So maybe that's... I don't know, man. We'll see.
I miss it. The steel sky.
I would be lost, drifting alone, floating up high.
I sided with the 5. Dog, this man can actually fight lightning if you know what he can fully do. He's already cheating here. Yeah. But technically... Lightning is the most powerful Final Fantasy character.
To guide my way. Bloody and bruised, brought to my knees, when beaten down, when broken up, you would appear, reach out to me, heal every wound, and make me whole.
Yeah, once this trilogy's done, man, I think this is probably going to be easily my favorite like Final Fantasy game. Because just from what I saw today of Rebirth with like the gameplay improvements, it looks really fucking good. So by the time the 3rd one comes around, I can only imagine how much better it'll be.
Had I thought it through, would you be here in my embrace? Shine bright once
Fuck, it's not a turn-based RPG. You're right, I'm not allowed to like it. Shit. Forgot. Skip this. Don't really need to listen to the credits. Oh, well, shit. Hmm? Oh, okay. There we go. I was like, what the fuck? What am I stuck in? But here, before we do the rebirth demo, I'll just show you all what I was talking about real quick. If you guys haven't ever seen it. Hold on. Put it over here. This is what I was talking about earlier. Yeah, this shit was wild for the PlayStation 1. Pluto, gone. Saturn, fucking gone. Hell yeah. The sun! It's gone! But yeah, that shit was wild back in the day on fucking PlayStation 1, man. Fucking just gapes fucking Jupiter and literally blows up the entire sun. Shit was crazy. But yeah, that's what I was talking about as far as you know, Sephiroth destroying the solar system.
This shit!
Purchase game. I already have it. Buy it again? I already got 20 deluxe editions on the way. I'm stonking on this game.
I'm waiting, Cloud.
All right then. Seeing as we've got the time, want to tell the rest of us about you and your buddy Sephiroth?
Sure. If Tifa doesn't mind.
Me? Yeah, no problem. It's cool.
It all started 5 years ago. I was 16 at the time. There was hardly any
Yo, Cloud wasn't legal back then, guys. Control your thirst.
Boring as hell. My heart wasn't in it. Then, out of nowhere, the job of a lifetime came. A mission with Sephiroth.
Wow, you can already see the difference in the visuals, man. That shit looks good. Like, you can already tell how much more crisp this shit looks. This looks really nice.
It's really coming down, huh?
Yeah, well, y'all are looking at it through fucking YouTube, like,
man. Feeling any
whatever the
better?
fuck it's called. Compression,
Okay.
so.
Sure don't look it.
I can see, like, the actual, like, finer details and shit
Wish I could
compared
help,
to
but
what
I've
we
never
just
been motion
played.
sick. Sorry, man. Ready to do this?
Yeah, you bet.
No, back then he had 2 shoulder pads. This is 5 years ago, guys. It's flashback. Oh, look, he's practicing his fucking squats. Hell yeah.
Hey, rein it in.
Oh my
Sorry.
god, there he is, guys.
No can do.
Kids.
Say, I'd like to be briefed on the mission at some point. Because if it's another one of those Turks gigs, you can let me off right here.
Really?
Finally make first. What do? Call a ceasefire with Wutai. Stealing my shot at glory. I didn't join Soldier to be an errand boy. I joined up so I could be a hero, like you.
Well, our mission is to survey a rundown reactor. Another one of those Turks gigs.
Fine. Job's a job, I guess. Where is it?
Nibelheim.
Nibelheim? That's where I grew up.
Got some fiends in our 12!
Let's go. You take one, I'll take the other.
Get fucking wrecked.
Yeah, this shit looks a lot better, man. I can see an immediate difference.
Wait in the truck.
I mean, the other game looks good, but this one looks a lot better. You can tell. Oh shit, I'm not on performance mode. Yeah, that was like a seamless transition from cutscene to gameplay.
He was in a different league from the rest of us.
Nibelheim. That's where they built the first reactor.
Jesus with the 5. What ruined COD for me
It all started in the fall.
wasn't necessarily the
Something
bad
was wrong with the
games,
reactor,
but all the jerk-offs that
whole
want to play
village
every
was up
game
in
like it's a
arms.
CDL
Talk of
championship.
strange
Yup.
new monsters on the
The
mountain
fucking tryhards
only
and
made
sweats,
things
man.
worse.
And all the camping dipshits.
People
Agreed.
were scared. Desperate.
Gaming.
But it was no good. Ended up calling Shinra. So the company sent help. Best they had.
That windmill is very iconic for this franchise. Or I guess not franchise, this game.
Home sweet home, right? Tell me, how does it feel? I have no home, so I wouldn't know.
You still got parents though, right?
A mother named Genova. She died shortly after I was born. My father...
Whoa there! Genova? Like from the Shinra building?
Yeah.
Yup.
Don't worry, I'm getting to that.
Not actually, though. He's just got her fucking gamer juice inside of him.
Why am I talking about this? Come on, let's go.
Hope I didn't keep you waiting. I'm
Ooh,
Xander,
we're gonna see
the
Yeehaw
mayor
Tifa.
here. I wanted to greet you myself, to welcome you to our humble little town. Please, if you'll follow me.
Consider yourself off duty till sundown.
Damn, bro, Sephiroth seems like a really chill guy. Alright. Well, they definitely changed the menu. Options. There we go.
We're so glad you're here.
You here? Oh, so you're who they sent to survey them.
All clear here, soldier sir.
Don't you worry. We'll make sure.
So how did it feel being back up there?
I don't know. Nostalgic, I guess? After 2 years away and all that.
Uh-huh.
Bro, that's where Tifa sits. Legend says that if you smell the fucking wood beams, you can still smell her. Yeah, her ass is like permanently imprinted. The musk.
Investigated. Can only imagine what their lives must be like. When I grow up, I want to be just like
Huh? You went to my place?
I figured you might be there.
Lockhart residence. Yo, let's go Raider panties. Let's go, guys. Hell yeah.
Remember my cat?
Her name was Fluffy, I think?
Yeah. She was always disappearing, and that day was no different.
Bro, where's the panty drawer?
You went into my room?
Yup.
I did.
You went through my stuff?
I know I shouldn't have.
Cloud! You asshole! Did you actually play it?
Oh God. Press to select the piece when performing. Jesus Christ. All right. All right, here we go, guys. That is complex. Especially when you have to do two at once, man. Fuck. Alright, shit. Fuck. Fuck! Shit, man. Oh my god, dude. This is hard to keep track of. They should center them a little more. Fuck.
I can't afford this shit!
Hey, a B, I'll take that. I will take that, dude. They need to put the set, like the rings in the middle. It's kind of hard to watch both of them with one eye, basically. I feel like it'd be a lot easier if they like centered it more. An Asian F, yeah, something like that. Oh, you can up the speed? Holy shit, no thank you.
Where'd you learn to do that?
Hey, you gotta play for us sometime.
Well, shit. You're a merc of many talents.
That's right! That's right!
Don't make any trouble for
Then I stop by my mom's.
Sure it does. I know I want it.
Me too.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'll show Aerith what my fingers can do. Absolutely.
My dad died when I was a kid. So after I left for Midgar, she was on her own. It was the first time we'd seen each other in 2 years. First time. And last.
I'll be right there.
Cloud, is that you?
Hey.
Welcome home. Come in. Let me get a good look at you. My. So that's what they've got you wearing, huh? You soldiers sure do clean up nice. I've never been so proud. The man you've become. Women must be hounding you day and night.
Not really.
That's right! That's right!
There's all kinds of temptations in the big city. I'd feel a lot better if I knew you'd found a good girl. One who'd make sure you didn't get into trouble.
I can take care of myself.
An older, more mature girl that could keep you on the straight and narrow and tell you when you're being a silly goose. That's the perfect type for you, I'd say.
Isn't Aerith older than Cloud?
They are feeding you properly, aren't they? Oh, Cloud. But you know, Cloud. Wouldn't you agree, Cloud? You're my son. Of course, I'll always be.
Okay, that's enough.
Wait a second. You two were neighbors?
We were, but it's not like we hung out that much.
We had our reasons.
Our reasons, huh?
See, Cloud doesn't even like Tifa. Based. Based fucking Cloud. He's like, I don't need no bitch. And she definitely ain't in it.
Please, everyone.
A soldier.
And you are?
Richard Sangan. A humble traveler of the world. And teacher of martial arts to the youth. Well-toned, but lacking mass. You need to bulk up.
Who asked you?
You could learn a lot from me.
Pass.
Don't be shy. I have many pupils your age. At last count, 128. In fact, one of them's from this very village.
Yeah, that's Sephiroth, FBI. The guy with the cape.
Perhaps you know her. Tifa.
Sure.
A real talent, that one. She'll go far.
Yeah, right.
Yeah, right?
Got anything to say for yourself?
Based.
I didn't know. Didn't really notice at the time, but looking back, all the signs were there. From the moment we arrived, Sephiroth just wasn't himself. What you looking at?
This landscape.
Huh?
I could swear I've seen it before.
You okay?
Yeah, it's because
Big day tomorrow.
Cloud has like no
We'll be leaving
romantic
bright and early.
attachment to Tifa in the original game.
You should get some
The
rest.
only like romantic attachment he has
Alright.
to any character
Will
is
do.
Aerith. Just so you guys know. Like, Tifa is literally invisible to the Chad Cloud. All y'all simps are like lusting over her bazooms,
I
but
tried, but
nobody
I couldn't
actually
get to
gives a
sleep
fuck.
that night. Was too excited, too nervous.
Was pretty much the same for me.
Why?
Yeah, I was surprised too.
You know what happened the last time she went up there.
That was years ago, Brian. She's old enough to make her own decisions now.
We leave once our guide arrives.
Yes, sir.
Brian!
Sephiroth, sir, I must insist that I take you up the mountain. My daughter isn't...
Dad!
Yeehaw!
You can still back out. You don't have to do this.
I'm going, and that's that. There'll be 2 soldiers with me. I'll be fine.
Pumpkin!
Good morning, sir. I'll be your guide for the day.
Tifa? You're our guide?
I sure am. You can ask anyone around here. I'm the best there is.
You could get hurt.
Not if you remember to do your job, she won't. Come on.
For posterity, sir?
Not today.
Can you talk to him?
Please, Sephiroth. It'd mean a lot to us.
It's just one photo. Come on. Where's the harm in that?
Better not end up on your OnlyFans.
Thanks.
Say cheese!
Sounds like you were having a good time.
One more!
Yeah, I guess we were.
Later.
For a while.
The reactor was halfway up Mount Nebel. I was looking forward to
Sephiroth
bringing
is the
crisp,
real
clean
Sigma
mountain
of
air
this
again.
story, guys. Hold R2. Huh. So they changed the running controls.
You probably already know this, but our reactor's the first of its kind. It really put Mount Nebel on the map.
I've seen a few reactors in my time, but none with such a breathtaking view. Who could tire of it?
Everyone, eventually.
Man, I wish I could go on trips all over the world like you guys.
Trips. I think you mean business trips, which are no fun at all.
Though you do learn stuff on them.
That's so cool. Everything okay? Not going too fast for you, am I?
Of course not. We're just trying to pace ourselves is all.
But I thought you guys were in a hurry.
Even so, you'll burn yourself out running like that.
I'm not even close to burned out. Not with all the training I've had.
Huh. Guess you really are the best there is.
It's nice to see some actual greenery compared to the other game, you know? Like, shit.
Seen those near the village, and they're not nice. What do you think?
I think I got this.
Then they're all yours.
Copy that.
Attack with cloud sword. Okay, whatever. That was not even necessary. I've already fought before. I like the FOV so much better in this already.
That was awesome!
You think?
If this is how it's going to be, there doesn't seem much point in me fighting.
I guess not. You leave it all to me, huh?
Don't mind if I do.
Griffin never had a best childhood girl, for real. What the fuck does that mean? A best childhood girl? What do you mean by that?
Let's finish this. See ya.
Triple slash.
Well, that's that. Is that Mako? Whoa.
Come on, soldier. You can do better than that, can't you?
Just you watch.
The fuck? Does he not launch himself in the air anymore? I guess not.
Gotta say, that one felt pretty good.
At least he can fucking switch the direction of his braver now, so that's good. That's an improvement.
All yours.
You know what to do,
Bye. You're done.
You cannot escape, huh?
Well done, Trooper.
Thank you.
Look, she's trying to rizz up a normal fucking guard, guys. I told y'all. She belongs to the fucking streets, dude.
See ya.
Yeah, it's not letting me roll. Oh, so you just have a straight up fucking dodge button now. Thank God, dude. That's a... Alright, yeah, no, these are definitely big improvements. You don't have to block and then dodge. You can just dodge.
It's on now.
Bye. We still have a long way to go.
Shall we pick up the pace?
Not unless we absolutely have to. Our guide might not be so lucky next time.
Then, how about I go on ahead and clear the way for you guys? I'll be careful.
Yo, what the fuck?
Cool. See you at the reactor.
Hold up, bro. Was that like a... Was that like a fucking... I guess nod to Sephiroth of what awaits him later if he lets him go on his own? I don't know, man. That was a little concerning.
Now, talking. You're done. Gotcha. See ya. Piece of cake.
Yeah, you can skip this segment once the full game comes out. Uh-oh. Low on health. Keep forgetting I have to watch that. I'm used to fucking Final Fantasy 13 where you get health every time. The flying enemies are kind of a bitch to take care of now because you can't fucking jump up and hit them.
It's on now. Let's finish this.
Gotta say, that one felt pretty good.
There we go.
It's a dead end. Rockslide took out the bridge a while ago. Come on back, okay?
Okay.
Come on her back. Uh-oh. It comes out in 3 weeks.
This way. Gotta make a detour through a Shinra facility.
To think I almost made you our guide. Good thing I reconsidered. Otherwise, you'd have led us straight off a cliff. Lead on.
Yes.
Dude, she's simping already. Again. Yes. Please, Sephiroth, penetrate me instead of Aerith. make the game much better. See, she already wants that Sephiroth sword, bro, so hopefully it works out that way. Yo, where is Sephiroth's sword? Where did he put it?
You're done.
Piece of cake.
Oh, I can jump over that.
The reactor may have been around for a while, but there are still pockets of Mako gas all over the mountain. Try not to breathe it in if you can.
Don't want to get Mako poisoning.
Levels reduced by 20%.
I got a vacuum.
Mako gas levels reduced by 70%.
I gotta do my chores.
No Mako gas detected. Elevator access granted.
So Eric Cardona with the 5. I've never played a Final Fantasy game before. What game should I start? I would say Final Fantasy 7 Remake, 15, or 16. Doesn't really matter where you start, but those three I'd say are the most noob friendly. But yeah, any of those three should be a good choice. But theoretically, you can start wherever you want. It doesn't really matter. As long as you don't start with like something like 10-2 or 13-2 or something like that.
something about crossing that thing.
Then let me go first.
Hey, I'm the guide here.
They built this massive ass reactor, but a rickety wood bridge.
Bruh.
Tifa, are you okay?
Not really!
What are you...
Yeah, Tifa has buoyancy.
He's in Fate's hands now.
Why couldn't he just stand up like the others?
Do you know the way?
Yeah. Following the river should get us back to the village.
We're not going to the village. Can you get us to the reactor?
Sorry, I don't think I can.
I see.
Worthless
Well,
bitch.
We certainly can't send you back alone. You'll be safer with us.
Okay.
I'll be joining you up front this time.
What?
For your performance review.
You kidding me?
Good luck.
Ooh. Big Daddy Sephiroth is gonna join my party. No way.
Off you go.
Oh, that's cool. You can set your default.
More Mako gas ahead.
There's no way around it either. Just have to go through. Let's not waste any time. Mako this thick is dangerous. Farewell.
how pretty.
A Mako spring.
It's beautiful.
Yeah, but if we keep using Mako to power our homes, springs like this will disappear, right?
What are you talking about? Who told you that?
My dad. And the mayor, if you must know.
Except the planet's huge.
Fucking hippie.
Mako will never run out, right?
Naturally formed materia. And look at the size of it. Astounding. For the Mako energy to condense into something like this, it must have taken an eternity.
I've always wondered, how does materia let you cast spells exactly?
How did you ever get to be a soldier? To put it simply, the knowledge of the ancients is sealed within each orb. That knowledge not only connects us to the planet, it allows us to tap into her power. That's how we can use magic. Or so they say.
Really? Magic sure is weird.
Reddit chuckles.
I know someone who'd be livid to hear you call it weird, or magic for that matter. I can just imagine what he'd say. It's an affront to science.
Who?
Hojo, from Research and Development. His predecessor was a great man, but him...
Hojo's a whole ass bitch.
He is anything but. We should press on.
So Justice Crusher with the 2, so wait, are the Xbox third-party rumors true? Yes, apparently, and this is like, I forgot who it was. It's like one of the top guys that reports on like anything Microsoft related. Not just gaming related, but apparently Microsoft is stepping in and basically seizing control of the Xbox division and having like a direct fucking line of control on it. Sephiroth, I have a I guess not. Benji with the 2. Wow, your musical skill goes hard on mute. Thanks, man. I appreciate it. Nice Tyler with the 5. Mute FBI if he asked that again. I don't know if he did or not, so we'll just do it anyway. Oh, that's right. You have to hold down R2. Shit. Tifa, I thought you didn't know the way. How are you saying this way? Yeah, dude, Sephiroth was just a victim of having really shitty parents, dude. He didn't really do anything. He's not really to blame for anything, guys.
Heads up.
Well, that's that.
Galen Wadsworth with the 5. AndyPants Xbox made a new video about how Xbox isn't going anywhere. B shows the Starfield PS5 petition. You should check it out. The focus group. Yeah, I'll see how we're doing on time tonight. And Britt with the 2. I can't wait to see how DSP reacts to that outfit. Oh, I'm sure. He's probably like, oh, I hope my wife doesn't put that on. Oh wait, can you just jump down? Fuck. Guess so. The fuck his teeth is tarred on this one. New generation with the 10. Look who's moving up. Oh my god.
We had a pedo in Wyoming who
Where
came
did
to
it
drink
open?
baby's blood. I mean, it's so common for people to be into infants and toddlers.
Oh, fucking Gordon. Hell yeah, dude. Good for him. I'm glad people are realizing he's the only legitimate pedophile hunter on the internet. Everybody else is a fucking fraud. All these like wannabe fucking Batman villain types. Nefarious with the 2, watch the Rebirth trip. We did that earlier.
Not again.
We watched the whole ass presentation earlier. Nathan with the 2, is this before Sephiroth became Schizoroth? Yes. CIA with the 5, I can't wait for the Xbox to damage control next week. Also, AndyPants called people on PlayStation and Switch insults. Let's say the Twitter demographic might fall into that. Oh shit. I have like no fucking health. Wow. I was not paying attention to that. see. So Wing Cake with the 5. Didn't Yong, replace Clean Prince Gaming as the guy who posts videos based on what Reddit says? Wonder why he fell off. Was memed a lot. Maybe that's... He left and made a different channel. I forget what it's called. But he covers like fucking cartoons and movies and shit now. But Clean Prince was more of like a fake game reviewer. Basically, all he would do was like do like those retrospective game review type videos. And he would just like watch other people's reviews, rip the footage straight from it, and like repackage the same fucking talking points as his own. Like he got busted stealing gameplay multiple fucking times. Like, he couldn't even be bothered to play the fucking video game. He was quote-unquote reviewing. It's like, oh my god, bruh. It's like Dreamcast guy.
Reduced by 70%. No Mako gas detected. Elevator access granted.
No, your save data doesn't transfer over. You get like a few bonus items if you've already played the first game. You get like a few bonus items, I'm pretty sure, but yeah, the other thing that shows they're confident about this game is the reviews come out a whole week before the game launches. So, dude, they're like really confident about this game. So I think you get like a special materia or something for beating, or not beating, I think just having a save file for Final Fantasy VII Remake. If you play the demo, you get to skip this part when the main game comes out if you want to, and you get like a few items. There's something else too. I forgot.
Get back.
This remake is woke. I'll say.
This way.
You said you wanted to be a hero.
Wish I hadn't.
Believe it.
It thinks we're after materia.
Someone should tell it we're not.
Be my guest. Hold still.
Are you? You gotta keep your guard up.
Rookies.
Oh, I got knocked out of it? Seriously?
When we're done.
Of course.
Try to keep your guard up.
Bro, what the fuck?
Crazy creatures.
On me. Done.
Sephiroth! Pretty mobile.
Till we knock it down.
Good thing I don't just fight with a sword. Got it.
Move in.
Copy.
Together.
There we go.
Quickly. Still. Defense line.
Uh-oh.
You're practically panting.
I'm excited.
Such a puppy.
Don't like the looks of this.
Stay alert.
All right.
Follow my lead.
Copy.
You're gonna...
Use the double helix synergy.
My help. We need to work together.
Guess I'm not close.
Yes, sir.
Shouldn't be too hard.
I'll be dropped him. Fuck.
Follow my lead.
Holy shit.
Enough of this.
There we go.
Take it from here. Nice work.
Okay, hold up. Maybe I'm missing something here, but everything you've said makes Sephiroth sound like a stand-up guy.
He was, man.
Well,
he was like my big brother.
He was.
And now he's pure evil, trying to kill everyone on the planet. Help me to understand this shit. Tell me something that'll really make my blood boil.
Oh, I will. I will. You wait out here, Tifa.
No way! I want to go too. Please?
Sorry, no civilians. Even if we weren't on a mission.
Come on!
Keep the young lady safe.
You know what Tifa's gonna do.
Ugh. You better keep me safe.
Answer a message on eBay real quick, guys. Give me a second. Tifa's gonna ride that soldier out front, though, 100%. Let's see. But she's 12? No, she's not. Tifa likes to hit on the fucking help, man. What was I gonna do? Oh yeah, I was gonna see if I had. Dude, look how many fucking materials he's got. It's fucking nice. But yeah, I was gonna see if I had anything else I could put. Oh, it can't be changed. Never mind. Whatever. How old is she? I think she's like 16 or 17. I don't know. Because it was like, this is a 5-year ago flashback, basically.
Didn't expect it to be all systems go.
You'd think it'd be running at reduced output, like most last-gen models.
And let me guess, villagers don't have a clue about this.
Of course not.
The company really needs to be more transparent.
Tell that to the president.
But dude, she was thirsting for Sephiroth earlier.
The people in charge. While most reactors are under the jurisdiction of urban planning, this one is overseen by R&D.
Huh. Why do I suddenly have a bad feeling about this?
Whatever you see here, you are not to speak of it.
Oh, I won't.
Nah, believe it or not, at no point in Final Fantasy VII does Cloud really have a romantic interest in Tifa, so he doesn't really care. Oh my... Bro, seriously? I glitched? Come on, bruh. Seriously? Alright, cool. You can climb now, at least. I was about to say... I'm glad they added the traversal mechanics because you can climb. Otherwise, I would have gotten fucking stuck in the jank. Yeah, you can like lunge over like walls and things like that now.
Perhaps you'd like to say a few words to your sword first?
Testing. The test tube babies.
Hojo, you are really something.
What are those things?
No. They're not Dr. Fauci's poodles. They're his beagles.
Genova? Wasn't that...
The malfunction must be forcing the pods to depressurize.
No, it's heavily hinted at in the original Final Fantasy VII that Cloud and Aerith have a romantic kind of thing. That's why she's the easiest to romance in the gold saucer portion of the game, is because like it's like basically assumed that her and Cloud have like a thing going on. Oh, you have to keep doing it. I was like, what the fuck? Never mind, I got it now. Griffin needs to find himself an Aerith IRL? Absolutely.
What are you doing?
These pods were built for the production of artificial materia. But Hojo repurposed them as incubators, cages for animals, fused with Mako, all to birth a new breed of monster. But he didn't stop at animals. Oh no. There were other subjects. Look.
That looks like those fucking things from Mass Effect. What are they called? Shit. What was that enemy type called? No, not the husk. Like the ones that use like the magic or whatever.
Was
Fuck.
created the same way. Am I the same as these
Banshee.
monsters?
Yeah, I think it's Banshee.
Ever since I was a child.
That's
I
what it
knew-
looks like.
I knew that I was different. That I was special. But not like this. Not like this. Am I even?
Schizo time. Schizo
Eventually,
Roth.
We went back to the inn. But when we got there, Sephiroth locked himself in his room.
The mayor had been looking forward to having dinner with bona fide soldiers, so he didn't take the news too well. Dad had to put up with his belly aching for hours afterward.
Huh?
Must have sucked. But what about Sephiroth? What happened to him?
He left. Didn't tell a soul where he was going.
Well, I mean, technically Sephiroth was born in a lab. Because wasn't it like his mom was injected with the fucking Genova cells when she was like just like conceiving him so that the cells in him grew together from like the phase that he was an embryo to an actual baby, and then they like took him away from her immediately or some shit, and like she went fucking psycho or whatever. I forget, bro. It's been so fucking long since I've last interacted with Final Fantasy VII. But yeah, I'm pretty sure he was like actually born in a lab. And I think his mom's like frozen in crystal or something. I don't fucking remember, man.
I met Sephiroth as he was heading for Shinra, and he acted like I wasn't even there. Busy, I suppose. Haven't heard anything about the reactor either. What happened up there anyway?
He's holed up inside the mansion.
Something's been off ever since he came back from the reactor. Too much exposure to Mako? Then we ought to bring him some medicine.
The Simp Army assembles! Let's go glaze Sephiroth.
If you're looking for Sephiroth, I saw him headed toward the mansion.
Sephiroth wasn't looking so hot when he passed by.
Shinra Manor was the biggest building in town, and older than the reactor. The company used to conduct research there, back when they were still a small manufacturer. Even so, the rent on that plot was basically what kept the village afloat.
Well, here we are. What now?
I mean, the whole place is pitch black. You think he's sleeping or something?
What if he's sick? Need our help.
Him? A little
Mako poisoning isn't gonna hurt a living legend.
You gotta get 500 points to clear the debris.
Took a look around the place, but Sephiroth was nowhere to be seen.
Griffin sawing out for Tifa. Never. Tifa doesn't interest me.
Was news to me too. Doubt anyone in the village had a clue.
Excavated from a 2,000-year-old rock layer. Life form in stasis. Professor Gast named this life form Genova. MEGL 77-1977. Genova. Verified as an ancient. MEGL 9/13/1977. Genova project approved. So, they named the life form Genova. And once they understood what she was, they grew ambitious.
Hey, Sephiroth. What you got there?
Leave me be.
Yeah, he basically said, "Fuck off, nerd."
And that was it. He stayed holed up in the basement. Reading, like a man possessed. We got Genova. A locked reactor door.
Justice Crusher with the 5. I saw people start believing a leak that the Xbox announcement won't be bad or something else was said. The leak was from Cole Eastwood. Yeah, that's a reputable source.
May as well just ask the guy.
That's a reputable source, all right.
But gosh dang it, I've had so much fun playing it.
Ah, Cloud. I've come across the most fascinating passage. The
Cock and
specimen
ball
found in
torture.
strata dating back 2,000 years smiled with what could only be described as ethereal grace. Though the truth eluded me at first, I later determined that she was an ancient, or a steward of the planet, as they are referred to in legend. She needed a name, and so I dubbed her Genova. The Genova project was approved soon after. A bold initiative to resurrect the long-dead ancients. An initiative that resulted in my conception. Or rather, my creation. The crowning glory of Professor Gast's wondrous experiment.
Uh-oh.
He created you?
Schizo time. I mean, to be fair, I'd be kind of pissed if somebody lied to me too. So.
I should go. Mother is waiting.
Hey! Hey, hold on! I keep asking myself, why couldn't I have come to sooner? If I had, maybe I could have saved the village. Or tried, at least. What?
Uh-oh.
Hey, you! Get in there! The villagers need your help! Watch out!
Seth raped and killed everyone? Not everyone, unfortunately. Why does he turn bad? He found out that basically his entire life is a lie and he's been being used by that fucking Dr. Hojo guy as like a science experiment.
Is it true? Sephiroth did this? Oh, it was him, all right. And he's still here. So keep your eyes peeled. God. Get your head straight. I need you to secure the way out. Now! Yes, sir!
Sephiroth? But he... Why would he...
Alright, bro, I get it. He has a hurt leg. I don't want to fucking sit here and limp. Well, it's not even he was molded as the perfect weapon. He's literally a fucking biological mixture of that Genova alien thingy. So, like, from the time of his conception, he was, like, basically merged with the fucking cells of her. So, he's, like, basically one of them.
Almost there.
See, I saw that with the 5 Sony getting Ronin and Stellar Blade right after this game while Xbox brand burst into flames overnight. I know, dude. I mean, if it's to be believed, this new thing that's come out is the Xbox team is not even responsible for this. They don't have any fucking say in it. They don't even know what the fuck is happening right now. Apparently, Microsoft is basically completely seizing control from them.
Please be okay.
Sephiroth did nothing wrong? That's right. He's just a good guy, man. Rat Kicker Sam with the 2, Sephiroth Red Industrial Society and its future. That's right. Nip it in the bud. Icyler with the 2, he's reading about genders. Yeah, that sent me on a rampage, too.
Run away. You have to leave. You have to live.
Hang in there. You're gonna be okay.
Don't worry. I got you. Come on, let's get you up.
Well, that wouldn't have a lot of blood. Those samurai swords don't really cut. Or no, they cut extremely clean. They don't produce a lot of blood. So it's a clean cut. It'll take a while to start bleeding.
There he is! Sephiroth! Stop! You sick son of a bitch! Let's burn up!
Oh my god, dude, I can feel the adaptive triggers! Wow. Why are they just fucking standing there? Oh my god. Not a single shot fired. Yeehaw.
Wait for me. I'm coming.
Sephiroth!
I'm coming. Was that my Batman voice? No. I can't show you what my Batman voice is because then if I ever become Batman, then you would know what I sound like. Press any button for one more sneak peek.
I'm back now, Aerith. I'm back.
Therefore, we ask that you retrieve it. The black materia, key to our oblivion.
Yeah.
You should get yourself
Nice cliffhanger.
a revenge.
3 more weeks, bitches.
Well, Red?
Hell yeah, dude.
Huh? It's gotta be hiding some ginormous materia! Woohoo!
Don't misunderstand. You'll need a way home. So when you're ready, I'll be here.
You said that Sephiroth is your foe. I have a history with him.
With all this goddamn blood on my hands, how could I ever hold my daughter again?
Those we hate, those we love, those we fear. Jenova would become anyone to fool her prey.
Don't do this!
But I'm no
Do
fool.
it, Cloud. Embrace reality. She's not good for you.
Here. Take it. This isn't about me, though. It's about saving the world. And you.
The reunion. When spite and sorrow are harvested to feed the planet.
No!
I already own it. Give me something else to buy. I have this, the deluxe digital double pack, whatever the fuck. I already have it. Yeah, this is what I have. Yeah, the Coom Sumer, and then I have 20 deluxe editions pre-ordered. So I think the 21st is when this like open world segment becomes available. The save data does carry over, but it just allows you to skip this part of the story. Am I gonna play Suicide Squad now? Fuck no. Flawless Mystery with the 20. I can't wait to get this. Or wait, I can't wait to not get this ever. Yeah, on the Xbox you won't. That's for sure. FBI with the 2? Wait, who was that dude at the end of the demo? That was Zach, man. Sephiroth wasn't in it. It was weird. Shadow Evil with the 2, Yuffie DLC. We can do that at some point. When Square Enix fucks it up, I'm gonna laugh at all of you? I don't think so. I don't know, man. Like, honestly, PlayStation with these Final Fantasy games is pretty goated, if you ask me. Like, these 3 games, I would say are worth buying a console for, personally. Like, just these 3 games, I would say go ahead and buy a PlayStation for that. I already purchased the game, bro. I have it. No music. That should be the default music for the PlayStation, in my opinion. Griff about to manifest Aerith in reality. That's right. No. Final Fantasy 16 does not play itself with QTEs. Yeah, I can get rid of Spider Mid too. I forgot I even had it on here. Delete. Yep, Mewing John is gone. Unfortunate. Claw's Mystery with the 20. I would prefer sinking my feet in lava than this. Wow, man. That's harsh. Oh my god. I just saw Dreamcast guy's thumbnail. Holy shit. He is soying. Alright, let me get my shit set up. I like how the PlayStation plays like theme music from the games. I think that's cool. It's a nice UI touch. Oh no, man. I think from now on I'm gonna start just buying games on PlayStation now, because I'm like, honestly, I'm worried about the fucking future of that like library I have. I don't think it's gonna fucking survive past this generation. Maybe next gen it'll be okay, but it's like there's no guarantees at this point, because Xbox sales have dropped off a fucking cliff, and Microsoft, it seems like, is giving the boot to Xbox's I guess autonomy. That's a good word for it. But yeah, I don't know, dude. I don't trust it. Like, I really don't feel secure buying digital games on that platform anymore. I'm done. Just like I don't buy a lot of Nintendo digital games. I'm gonna treat it like that. So I'm not gonna be a trophy hunter. I don't care about trophies. That doesn't look like Tifa on your PS profile. Yeah, it's the better of the two. Look at this shit, man. Perfect. Oh, soy.
This is the best demo I have ever played in my entire life. It is.
Jeez, no, the Final Fantasy 16 demo was better. But this is the best demo I've played in my entire life. Oh my god.
It's just so full of cool combat and crazy bosses and new game mechanics to show why Rebirth is...
Crazy bosses? There was like one. FBI with a 2. Imagine next week's announcement is they bought Sony. Yeah, that would be funny, but I doubt that would ever happen. And Isyler with the 5. We will check it out, man.
Is better than Final Fantasy VII Remake. It is just a gloriously good time, and this demo took me an hour and a half to finish, which is...
I didn't time it, but I was taking my time with it, so probably about the same.
Completely insane to consider, because this is a chunk of the final game that they're just serving to us on a silver platter, but let's talk about that. Hi, I'm Dreamcast Guy, and honestly, I'm a complete Final Fantasy fanatic. I beat the games over and over again, I get platinum trophies, I really enjoyed this universe, but specifically, FF7 is my favorite game of all time. I just think it's downright perfect, and so I've been incredibly curious about this Final Fantasy VII Remake trilogy to see how they handle particular events, how they change and update a classic story for modern audiences, and this demo definitely proves to me why these games are going to keep getting bigger and better. So
yeah, because they're
this
going to keep
is
Aerith alive. Believe, guys. Believe.
Entirely the Nibelheim flashback. In the original FF7, after escaping Midgar, the characters get a chance to catch their breath and do an extended flashback to talk about the glory days of Sephiroth and Cloud, back when they were in Soldier and battling basically against monsters and doing missions for Shinra. Now this demo is really...
No, it's not coming out in May. It's exclusive until the earliest of like being May. So there's no guarantee of PC ports coming out in May. But Sony has exclusivity in terms of it not coming to PC until at least May 29th. So they can pay to extend it. But technically, the earliest date that it could come to PC is May 29th.
Really big. For a lot of the gameplay, you're going to see that I decided to fight as Sephiroth because to me, it's incredibly freaking cool to actually be playing as Sephiroth. But let's start off there. Let's actually talk about the combat and what makes it feel, well, quite a bit different than the original game that we got with FF7 Remake 4 years ago.
They fixed the FOV.
This game is incredibly good at trying to basically keep you locked into the action. Of course, old school Final Fantasy was turn-based, and they tried to tread that line of making it so this is still tactical, it's still about magical weaknesses and last-minute limit breaks and stuff, but at the same time, it does feel quicker. You can change combat stances, you can switch characters, you can knock enemies over and try and hit their weak points for extra triple damage and stuff. But this feels a bit more quick. Just in general, it feels like they sped up combat, they sped up dodges, they sped up parries, and now specifically they've added in this completely new mechanic called synergy attacks, where two people in your party, if you have control of both of them, can do a special strike together. Now, of course, in this I only have access to Sephiroth and Cloud, but in the trailers they've shown special attacks between Barret and Cait Sith and all sorts of different cool characters. So it's interesting to watch how these boss fights actually require you to do it. The demo ends with a very big, very dramatic fight against a Materia Guardian, and this dude is definitely tough. I mean, you can see that it's basically Guard Spider from FF7 Remake, but even more sturdy. And while you're doing these synergy attacks, while you're switching between the two characters
I'm better than Dreamcast guy, I didn't die.
Free them from enemy claws, or
I'm a pro.
Try and hit a big special strike.
None of my characters died once, guys. I just want to point that out. So therefore, I am the better gamer than Dreamcast guy. I will collect my crown.
I feel like all of this feels very refined. I love the combat in FF7 Remake, but this definitely feels even more accessible. On the topic of general gameplay though, and not just combat, they've added in a lot more vertical exploration. It looks like we're going to be able to climb surfaces and not just ladders. You can scale up walls, hop over ledges, you can actually explore the ecosystem and environment because they've straight up said this is going to be open world. It's going to have big chunks of the map. They've already showed the world map and it's very, very big. You're going to get a chance to hop on stuff or climb things. Each of the characters will have different modes of traversal. So some of them will have grapple hooks and all sorts of extra abilities to get on top of or under stuff. This demo definitely displayed that to a degree. It's kind of cool to be walking around the mountains of Nibelheim, Mount Nibel, and actually see how this area is just so sucked dry by the Mako reactor. Now, I want to talk about the story, and I want to talk about, just in general, how good this freaking looks.
Yeah,
obviously, the very best part of Final Fantasy VII, the original and the remake, is just the incredibly cool plot. The idea of these freedom fighters battling to try and save the planet from Sephiroth and evil corporations. And it's really cool to see how they're reimagining that. A lot of these scenes of Sephiroth slowly losing his mind, of course, the famous scenes of the burning of Nibelheim, which is still just incredibly, breathtaking to behold. But beyond that, I think the voice acting, the extra lines of dialogue, they've taken the very best, most memorable moments from the original game and just made them even better. They're literally improving my favorite game of all time, which just feels insane to say.
You hear that, you fucking dirty menu scrolling fucking nerds? They improved Dreamcast guy's favorite game of all time because you actually fucking play it now. Wild, I know.
Additionally, they did release these Final Fantasy VII books. They actually reference this stuff in the demo. You actually see the characters and stuff from the book, which to me is kind of cool as a Final Fantasy super fan. Graphically, though, this is just jaw-dropping. Now, FF7 Remake was originally released on the PlayStation 4 and then ported to the PlayStation 5 for the Intergrade version, but this is the first time we're seeing Final Fantasy VII made for the PlayStation 5, and they straight up said that this makes it a lot easier. Like, the console itself is graphically powerful, but with the power of the SSD, they can make stuff incredibly quick frame rate, load environments instantaneously, have so much on screen at once, and all of it just crystal clear. I know it's probably a little bit of just marketing speak, oh, the power of the PlayStation 5. But honestly, looking at it, the game is just glorious.
Yeah, it looks a lot better than Intergrade, but you know.
This entire demo, all 90 minutes of it, my jaw was just on the floor. Overall, I gotta say that the entirety of this demo is exactly what it's trying to be. It's selling the game itself. It's partially a tutorial as to how the game itself is going to work. It's got a cool bonus where if you beat the demo, it carries over some of the items and progress to the main game. And beyond that, I think it's just a great demonstration as to how this game is going to be darker, bigger, and even more chaotic than FF7 Remake. I am definitely going to be playing Rebirth Day 1. If somebody at Square Enix sees this video, hey, send me a review code. I would love to do a deep dive on the game itself and platinum it before anybody else in the world. But what do you guys think about it? Are you excited about FF7 Rebirth? Tell me your thoughts in the comments down below. These have just been some off-the-cuff thoughts because honestly, I'm so blown away by it. But I want to know what you guys think of it. Tell me what you believe in the comments down below, and if you could, please give this video a like, subscribe if you haven't already, and please keep dreaming. I still can't believe Final Fantasy VII Remake was so good. The original...
I'm wondering, like, because I don't know how far this is going to go into, like, the actual Final Fantasy VII plot. But I wonder if they're going to do a thing where they make, like, Advent children part of, like, the third entry or not. That would be cool if they did, but I don't know. Probably not. That's probably wishful thinking because they'll probably make another fucking game like that. Like they did with Crisis Core. It'll be like a fucking separate thing that's external to the fucking, you know, trilogy. But that would be cool if they made that, like, playable. Even if it's, like, a shorter formed action game. But that'd be kind of neat. I'd be down for that personally.
The original game is just so perfect, and Rebirth is somehow upping the bar even more. Whatever the third game is going to be, it's going to just be beyond all comprehension. Thanks so much for watching that video. If you want to see something else, you can always click this link to see what I put up last, or, you know, subscribe and see what's coming up next.
Yeah, the demo carries over. You don't have to play that entry part, like the intro part, if you don't want to. Spoilers, Rebirth ends with Aerith's death. You don't know that. Shut your fucking whore mouth. But, I don't know. Maybe they would do it like a cliffhanger, so it's like right before. That would be fucking horrible, man. Could you guys imagine if that's where they fucking end Rebirth? Like, Sephiroth starts to descend, and Aerith, like, at the last second glances behind herself or whatever, and you can't tell what the fuck's gonna happen, and then it's like, yep, credits. Dude, that shit would be fucking wild. Holy fuck. That would be fucking horrible, man. But I could see it. I could absolutely fucking see them doing that shit, because not a single person who plays that game is not going to buy the third one. The third game, I see switching parties between Cloud and Zach. Yeah, maybe. I don't know. I don't know what they're going to do. No idea. Juan with the 1?
You're broke! You're fucking poor!
New Generation with the 2. I want Jessie to zuck my Mako dry. Well, she's dead, so get over it. Timothy Barco with the 2. It's until you reach the Forgotten Capital. So possibly what I just described could happen, right? Dude, if they do end it on like a cliffhanger like that. Bro, if they I don't know what that would do to me. I'm already like kind of like anxious. Not like really, but I'm on edge, bro, cuz I want them to redeem themselves with the mistake they made in the first iteration of the game with killing off the undeniable best character in the game. So, if they ended it on a fucking cliffhanger on whether or not she's alive or dead, that shit would be fucking horrible, man. Edging for sure. Tifa is not the best character. Fuck. Hell nah. Maybe if you're a fucking like brain dead Zoomer fucking porn addict, sure. If you're addicted to watching 3D video game porn, then yeah, I guess Tifa's all yours. Tifa's another case of where her porn is more popular than the actual fucking game. Or I guess her character in the game. Like, basically, Tifa is the Overwatch of Final Fantasy. Nobody gives a fuck about her in the game, but everybody watches her porn. Claus Mystery with the 20. Oh, boo-hoo, you'll live. No, I won't. I'll lose my will to live. Yeah, Tifa's pyramid titties really get me going in the PS1 version, man. Oh my god, look at that midriff, too. Yeah, Yuffie can fucking kick rocks, honestly. Alright, so fuck. Let me see if I can find this thing real quick. Shit, I think I sent it to myself. I may have to find it. It was like this podcast or whatever. And it's with, you guys know fucking that retard Greg Miller? Well, he had like a business partner or something when they both left IGN to make Kinda Funny, and like Greg fucked the other guy over and like kicked him out. It was a podcast with him on it. I got to find it. But they were talking about the Microsoft situation and like what, you know, a bunch of people in the tech industry were saying about it. And apparently it's not good. Yeah, Colin Moriarty, that's his name. Let me see if I can find it. Give me a second. Let me just look up Colin Moriarty Xbox. Let's see. Xbox game. Oh, this is it. All right, I found it. Shadow Monarch with the 5. I'm playing Gears for the first time and just finished 2. I had a PS3 growing up, so I missed out on this. Yeah, I know your pain, man. I know your pain. The PS3 fucking sucked. Who's Greg Miller? Some fucking soy jack retard who used to work at IGN that's like one of the biggest PlayStation cocksuckers on the internet. And Claw's Mystery of the 20, I am Team Red either way. Hey man, do what you gotta do. Jesus with the 5, I think if Xbox pivots to handhelds, they could be... No. Nintendo will fucking curb stomp their bitch asses in a second. It would be cool too if you could dock it and have the console be a second... Yeah, they're never gonna do that. Dude, Nintendo would fucking bury them. The handheld market for like that type of functionality is too because like this is the thing is you couldn't get most games that are released now on Xbox to run on a handheld without going through and completely redoing them all. So you would have to have Xbox Series X equivalent hardware in a handheld form factor in order for people to maintain their existing library of games. That shit ain't happening. So, it's a nice idea, but it's never going to happen. I don't know, man. Microsoft is just, they're in between a rock and a hard place, and they have completely fucked themselves on every front. All right, let me find the timestamp in this thing real quick. Fuck you, Chrome. You fucking bitch. Hold on. Give me a second. Here, while we're sitting here, I'll pull this up.
I can't afford this shit!
Dude, that's so true. Manjeet found his true love in Canada just a week before his student visa expires. Look at the happy couple. That's true love right there. That is true love, if I've ever seen it. Is this it? Hold on. The future of Expo. That's it. Okay. Let me get the timestamp. Copy. It's Brett? Yeah, that's Brett's future.
Reader mail here.
Yeah,
Multi-Natty writes in and he says, "Hi, Tom and Colin. It has been years since Colin was on Broken Silicon. I'm just wondering on how two of you think about the value proposition of game subscription models like Game Pass, PlayStation Plus, and others have evolved throughout the years. Xbox leaks slides from 6 months ago indicated that Game Pass's difficulties making money below a certain threshold of subscribers. I believe that threshold was like 40 or 50 million. I wonder if other...
You hear that? All you fucking bot tards. 50 million subscriptions to Game Pass is their break-even point. So for all you fucking mouth-breathing Neanderthals that are like, oh, Game Pass is so profitable, dude. Yeah, they're at 33 million. They haven't even broke even yet. Dumb fucks.
Other gamer subscription services are facing the same problem. For me, it seems dumb of Xbox to put highly anticipated AAA games like Starfield that could have been sold to millions of people for $70 on Game Pass from day one. If a majority of the consumers are willing to pay full price for a game, it seems so weird to me that companies want to convert that to subscription revenue. Well, I agree it does, and I also wanted to use this as an opportunity to go, from my perspective, Game Pass is actually doing worse than I would have expected. I actually didn't really... Honestly, I don't think I knew 5 years ago if it would succeed or not. I was like, if it does, I think it's going to cause a race. I don't think I knew.
So this is the official reporting. Look, that's where it just completely flatlined right here. And then this is where they started counting Xbox Live members. This is when they started counting Xbox Live members as Game Pass. So the only time it actually increased above like this point. But yeah.
Knew 5 years ago if it would succeed or not. I was like, if it does, I think it's going to cause a race to the bottom. If it doesn't, I think a lot of studios are going to get hurt. But at the end of the day, I wasn't actually sure if it would take off. I really didn't know because I found myself maybe getting it.
The green line was Microsoft's projections here. So this is, look, leaked projection that Phil believes is inadequate. So this is basically what they thought Game Pass would do over time. So, you know, when it was at, what, 25 million, they thought it was going to be over 40 million. And then the next year, like 2024, they thought they were going to be at 50 million. Like, they thought this thing was going to fucking pop off, man. So this is what Microsoft is evaluating the success of their gaming division on. You know, that's a huge differential right here. That's 20 million. Like, they're only about half of what they projected.
I actually didn't know because I found myself maybe getting it for $1 for that month they would do every like 10 seconds. They give you a month for $1 for, and
yeah, they stopped doing that because I can't imagine how many people manipulated that. You always see that someone's like,
me and my friends would say, let's play State of Decay 2 it's a co-op game that we will beat in 1 week.
Right.
And then we will be done. I would have probably paid $15, $20.
Yeah, it's very strange. It's very strange. Yeah.
And
yeah, and that's the thing that is the false economy of Game Pass. You pay a $17 subscription fee to play a $10 game.
You know, so I don't know how I feel about what I would have expected about them succeeding, but what I will say is back then, even I remember going, I don't really want any of these expensive services, though, because I still tend to buy a game and then just play it for a year on and off. And I don't want to have to find that it wasn't there anymore. You know, and then I added it up and I'm like, I think I'll actually pay a little less just buying a game every couple months or something, basically. But I'm wondering what you think about that. But then also, I don't really pay that much attention to it. From what I'm seeing on there, though, just glancing around, I kind of doubt PlayStation Plus Premium's succeeding either. I don't think this is me dunking on Game Pass and going, I think I kind of doubt the higher tiers of PlayStation Plus are working out too. I could be wrong. I don't know if you've seen any reporting.
Yeah, there is actually stuff in the Insomniac League indicating that PlayStation Plus Extra, like the game catalog, is outperforming their internal war game metrics about how it would go. Mm-hmm. And that people at Premium don't interact with the Premium level tier. They actually interact with the Extra level tier anyway. So like
that's not surprising because who the fuck wants to stream PS3 games?
Just at that tier but don't even use any of it. So like the classic games and all the rest. But that's deep in the Insomniac League. But specific numbers we don't know, and they're not going to report them anymore. So, but I would imagine that PlayStation Plus's game catalog is by orders of magnitude cheaper than Game Pass because of the very nature of the games that they have on there. Just not having your day-and-date games, which is why I always knew the economics of Game Pass were broken. And I've said it for years, and I'm getting my flowers these last few days as everything's kind of unraveling, because I have consistently been saying like the money doesn't make any sense. It doesn't make
me too.
sense.
I've been saying that as well. And well, you tell me from my
it doesn't make sense because of the opportunity cost, man. It's just so fucking simple. They don't factor in the development cost when they tell you whether or not Game Pass is profitable. That's just how it is.
Perspective, when I saw that Xbox leak, I was like, oh, Game Pass is doing worse than I thought it was.
Yeah,
I didn't think it was doing well.
I thought so too. We know from the FTC ABK stuff that Microsoft's projections of growth of Game Pass are so off that it puts the entire notion of if they can really do it in jeopardy. Like they had numbers like in 2027, 2028 that were like, you're not 80 million. It's like,
yep, 80. Well, look, 2027, yeah, just about 80 million. Jesus.
Never gonna get there.
You have to be out of your fucking mind, you know, to think that you're gonna have people paying that amount of money. But I think the problem goes into the viability of it and how Game Pass is kind of like a.
Wait, hold on. I just want to see how many consoles did they project to sell? Bruh. So right here. Yeah, they're not. Jesus, man. They're way off.
You have to be out of your fucking mind, you know, to think that you're gonna have people paying that amount of money. But I think the problem goes into the viability of it and how Game Pass is kind of like has a suicide vest on in some sense, because it very similar to how mobile gaming had a deleterious effect on console gaming with the race to the bottom. That term really comes in tech from that specific market. And it was like, oh, you'll remember when iPhone came out, for instance, games were $20, $15, $10, $9, $8, $7, $6, $5, $4. Before you knew it, couldn't charge for games anymore on iOS. That bled over along with like passes for microtransactions and all the rest, all migrated to console gaming. So like we got splash damage from that, and we still deal with it to this day. Game Pass taught an entire group of, and it's not their fault, but it's taught an entire group of enthusiast gamers to never pay for games.
Yep.
And
dude, it's like the mental conditioning of the Xbox platform. It's like the fucking mental conditioning. They have conditioned every single person on that platform to not buy video games. They've taught them to sit there and fucking wait until it shows up in Game Pass. Nobody spends money on Xbox aside from the $17 subscription. That's it.
Then Microsoft would say, oh, we're making money on Game Pass. And I'd be like, that's simply not possible. Like, maybe it's possible if you don't include any of your game development costs, which is probably how you're doing your math to get around that in the public. But if you're not selling your games, then you have to include the cost of developing the games, not just the licensing costs of third parties and lost sales from a la carte sales. They've always been disingenuous about it. That's why this is all unraveling now and why they need to sell their games. Third parties, because there's just not enough money in a stagnant Game Pass environment, especially where they're telling their audience basically not to buy their console. Like, you don't need a console. You don't need. It's like, okay, so no one's gonna buy it, and now no one's buying it. So no, and every person who owns an Xbox is a captive.
And all that shit's subliminal too, because like even if you're not interested, like if you want to get into the fucking psychology of marketing, it's fucking incredible. But it's like if a company puts something in front of you that says buy this with something that's not even like appealing to you, you will still see the words buy next to that item, and in your mind you will be more likely to purchase that item in the future, regardless of how you viewed that advertise. Like, it's really fucking weird how the brain works. But Microsoft basically blasting out there, no need for an Xbox, don't buy a console, play anywhere, you know, whatever. It's like, it sticks in your head. Like, even if you don't give a fuck about Starfield, if you see an ad for Starfield where it says you don't need to buy a console, basically, you're going to subconsciously think about the fact that I don't need to buy an Xbox. I don't want to buy an Xbox. Even if you have zero fucking interest in the nature of the ad you just saw, it's going to stick because that's how people's brains work. That's why it's so important to constantly have your messaging correct when you're advertising. And Microsoft's messaging and marketing has been fucking horrible ever since Phil took over.
Game Pass subscriber. I think people didn't take this seriously and thought it was a fanboyish observation, but when Jim Ryan gave his deposition for the FTC, he said something interesting, which was he was asked about Game Pass, and he said something like, as I understand it, they're losing a lot of money on it. And people laughed and at me observing that. I'd be like, how would he know? And it's like, don't you think he talks to like Strauss Zelnick or Yves Guillemot or all these guys?
If I may jump in too,
yeah,
like I won't say who or when or which leaks of mine, but I'll just let everyone know. Some of my best AMD sources are people at NVIDIA. Some of my best NVIDIA sources are people at Intel. These people have entire groups in their company that are trying to figure out what the competition's working on. And they're also usually, they went to the same college and like they're friends, they know each other. Like things I hear about like PlayStation and Xbox, it's like, oh, or Apple. It's like one of my friends was an intern at Apple, you know, now she's over here and doing that, you know, like that's the type of thing I hear all the time. And so if you don't think they have a good idea, like, and if you don't think NVIDIA and AMD have a really good idea of what they're...
All right, so the text thing with Colt is literally him saying that, oh, if you all don't care about games coming to PlayStation 6 months after they come out on Xbox, then you'll be fine. That's the context to his fucking text he got. That is the context, guys. Like, the whole fucking Colt Eastwood text is literally the exact fucking thing people were worried about. But he claims it's all okay now. Dude, Microsoft is still telling you, don't buy a fucking Xbox with this move. Just buy a PlayStation, wait 6 months, you can play everything they got. But, yeah. The Colt Eastwood text is most likely bullshit. It's coming from Colt, so I don't trust it anyway. iSiler with the 5 and also the 5. Yeah, we'll pull those up, man.
Their next graphics cards are going to be. They do. They know more than I'm almost certainly they'll know more than me most of the time because they have people being paid to know like what the competition is going to do in a year.
And we also just have 2. I was saying at some point it was 4. I'm trying to think of who the 4th person was, but Strauss Zelnick was one, and Wilson, the CEO of EA, was another. Oh, and it was Bobby Kotick on the Bobby Kotick on the stand. It was asked. Was basically said like, why don't you put your games on Game Pass? And he's like, well, we can't make any money on that. And they're like, why are you selling the company to them to do it? I mean, that was another. Go look it up for anyone that wants to see it.
Yep, I remember that. He literally said that Game Pass isn't profitable. You know, you can't sell a game like Call of Duty and then put it into a subscription service like Game Pass and, you know, maintain profitability. Like, he gave a whole testimony about that shit. So, pretty interesting. Like, even the motherfucker who was selling Microsoft, the company, in court said that the business model was not sustainable. Sony said the business model wasn't sustainable. 2K said the business model's not sustainable. EA said it's not sustainable. So, it's pretty incredible, man.
And it's like, everyone knows, everyone knew. But for some reason, they sold this false bill of sale on this. Now, I will say this.
What is this link? Hold on. Here, I'll open it now. What's that? Stream Xbox games directly to your TV, no console. Yeah, bro. This is like literal. Whoever designed this marketing campaign is a fucking plant inside a fucking Microsoft to like sabotage them. Because this is like some of the worst fucking verbiage you could ever use. If you are a company, you are basically saying, don't buy our console. Like, subliminally, that's going to hit every single person who ever sees this, whether they realize it or not. That's the thing, is you don't realize what's going on in, like, your subliminal mind. So, like, let's say somebody has an inclination to buy an Xbox. Like, subconsciously, they're going to have this thought in the back of their mind, oh, no console required. Maybe I don't want to go get that Xbox. And then they won't buy it. Jesus Christ. But that's the power of bad marketing.
You can't blame Microsoft for trying this. I think it's actually, if you go back to the embryo of Game Pass when this was like deployed internally 2017, 2018, I'd be like, this might be a pretty good idea.
Oh, speaking of Samsung and Apple Vision, apparently Samsung is releasing a Apple Vision Pro kind of like similar device by the end of 2024, apparently. So that's kind of interesting. I think it's going to be like $2,500, they said. So it's $1,000 cheaper than the Apple Vision, but I don't know how like technically sound it's going to be. But apparently Samsung has been working on that as well.
Idea, because we're losing with Xbox One, and subscriptions seem to be a big thing. People like them. Why wouldn't we just take massive losses and try to build this thing into this huge? It's a great idea actually, but it just didn't work. And I think a major reason it didn't work, and people take umbrage with this, and I wonder how you feel about this, is that I fundamentally think Microsoft isn't a creative company. And it's not an insult. They're just not a creative company.
They're not a creative company, and they don't know how to fucking put people in charge who can be creative. Like, they scare away creative talent.
Sony is a creative company. More than half of Sony's income comes from the arts, from games, from movies, from music, from TV. You know, and they are a fabricator of fine electronics for many decades. So they're not a services company, and you need a creative outlook to make this work. Like, it's not that Game Pass can't work necessarily. It's that Microsoft was the worst company to like allocate all these resources. And look what they're doing. A really good example of this, and this comes like off as hater energy probably to some people, but like the Halo TV show. I don't watch it, but Chris Raygun, my co-host on Sacred Symbols, massive Halo fan. And he's like, and we talk, it's like, how can they let this happen to that show? And then you look at The Last of Us on
because they're fucking dumb. Because it pushes the it's just wild, man.
Yeah. Right? And it's like, there's just a difference with the way
it became like a phenomenon. Like, all my family members were talking about it. Like, oh, this is that game you mentioned. Oh, it's good. And I'm like, oh, I wasn't lying before, but yes, it is.
So I don't know if that, like, I just think it's not that Microsoft's huge. Microsoft is the biggest company in human history. And they make lots of money. And I use their services. I'm on Windows right now. I have a Microsoft laptop that I love. I think it's awesome. I'm not a hater of them at all. I think they do great things. I just don't think they're great at gaming. And so it's kind of a bummer, because the test case of if this could work or not actually was probably in the wrong hands. Like, you would want a Nintendo or a Sony or someone else to maybe have been the pursuer of that model, but they always knew. And you got to give it up to Sony that they kind of stuck with it. Like, that must have been a very intimidating thing.
Yeah.
And it wasn't like Microsoft wasn't poking at them. What's the first thing they did when MLB The Show came to Xbox, because the MLB forced them to put it on Xbox? They put it on Game Pass. Like, they announced it the day it happened. They were like, this game's going on Game Pass to fuck Sony, right? And so it's not like they weren't playing around in the mud either. I just think, I don't know. I think there's a lot of excuse making for that brand too, and I think that a lot of it. Where does the buck stop? How does Phil Spencer still have a job if this is the way things are really?
Bro, that's the $1 million question. How the fuck does Phil Spencer, after a decade of failure after failure after failure, still have a fucking job? That to me is the mystery, in my opinion. Like, whose fucking dick is he polishing and putting a spit shine on to keep that position, man? I don't fucking get it. In any other company, I feel like he would have been gone a long time ago.
If this is actually how it's going. I mean, I would actually kind of sidestep like the creative company thing and just point out, well, I don't know exactly what's going on, but what I do know is you see Nintendo, which is easy to make fun of for like making the same games over and over. But at the end of the day, Animal Crossing comes out,
It's great.
They have an identity. Xbox does not have an identity. Xbox was the hardcore, like, edgy gaming console with the original Xbox and the Xbox 360. Then Phil Spencer took over and was like, oh, we want to be the fucking, hug box of gaming, indies, censorship, fucking all that crap. And now Xbox is the fucking bargain bin of gaming. Like, it's like shopping at a fucking name brand store on PlayStation and Nintendo. And on Xbox, you're shopping at fucking TJ Maxx. You're getting all the discount shit that nobody else wanted.
Great. It is a fantastic game. It, sells 30 million copies. A new Zelda just came out, high reviews than the previous one. It's like one after another. They do just keep doing it. And you see Sony stumble sometimes, but for the most part, they're releasing these games that just do great, get great reviews. Much more consistent, I would say, than like the PS4 generation, actually, in terms of how good the games. Not to say that they're
a deeply creative company.
Ever feel like a dog?
Uh-oh. An ad. Gross.
Your stand from Microsoft, like, where are the games? Where are the games? And why are none of your studios, and the people I've talked to that like was it 243? Like
343.
343. Yeah. Like the things that I've heard are like,
I don't blame them
not
for
good.
not knowing the name.
Like they don't talk like things are going well there. And I don't know what it is, but for the Game Pass thing specifically, I just think that there's this, crazy suggestion. You have Microsoft come in, buy up all these studios and tell them we have all this money and we're going to pay you more now. I don't think, I have to be careful how I say this. I'm not saying this like pro corporate thing. I'm like, but I don't think that made anyone work any harder. And so if they're not working.
Thank you. This is what I've been saying, because once you hire a bunch of fucking retards who are just guaranteed a paycheck and have 100% job security with zero oversight, they're just going to fucking sit there with their thumbs up their ass and do the bare fucking minimum. Exactly. Paying people more to do less is never a good fucking idea. It breeds laziness.
Working harder, and I've talked to a lot of.
You should have the attitude of when you buy a company that every motherfucker there should feel like their job is on the line and they gotta fucking put up or get the fuck out. That is the type of mentality you need in a creative space. Otherwise, people are gonna fucking sit there, clock in at 9, sign off at 4:15, and collect their 8 hours of pay every single day, doing the bare fucking minimum.
A lot of devs who actually told me this directly. They got bought by Microsoft, and they were like, oh, well, crunch is over. Now it's time to just take it down easy street, which to a certain extent is good. I'm not saying crunch is good, but it's like, but then there was never...
Crunch is necessary. If you work in any sort of technology company, crunch is necessary when you have a deadline. Like, that's normal. If you have a deadline to meet and you have a deliverable that's not fucking finished, you crunch. You're paid to do a job, not clock in a certain amount of hours. Especially when it comes to like programming and shit like that.
Someone there that came in and said, what's the goal? It's like they took more money, they took it a little easier, and then there was no North Star for what their next thing is. And there was no one there kind of like...
Crunch is not necessary. Nintendo doesn't... Do you know anything about Japanese work culture, bro? You may want to go investigate Japanese work culture before you come out there saying that, dude. That is completely fucking false. Oh my god. There's a reason why Japan has the highest rate of suicide in the world. And it's not because they work 7 hours a day.
Making it happen. Like, we can get mad at, and I do, like, it's Sony killing Zipper. Or, probably, right, it sounds like Ben soon, which is crazy to be able to...
I would imagine, there's a rumor that one studio got closed, and you have to imagine they're on the short list.
Which I think that closing from, at least, I don't know anyone at Ben personally, but to me it sounds like that's a relationship Sony kind of screwed up themselves. Or it was very much so on the Sony side for some of that. But at the end of the day, they do make sure things come out. They do make sure, like, there's this interview with Insomniac from, I think, over a decade ago.
We're not in Japan? Well, Nintendo is.
Where, and I always go back to this when I think about what must be going on. Like, it was after, what was it? I think it was after Spyro. Insomniac was working on this, like, African warrior princess game or something. Like, it was a platformer. She had a spear. They have early builds.
They call it Girl with the Spear or whatever. Yeah.
Yeah, and they said this should be our next game. And Sony said, if you're sure, make it. But we're just telling you, we don't know if this is it. But if you're so sure, hey, Spyro was great. We believe in you. And they didn't hate them. They didn't tell them they couldn't make it, but they gave them good advice. And then they made Ratchet & Clank. And I just imagine these stories.
You hear that? Well, I don't know if that would happen in today's gaming landscape. But basically, Insomniac wanted to make an African girl spear game. And they said, nah, that shit ain't it. Make something that's actually going to fucking sell. if somebody went to Phil with that idea, he'd be like, oh my God, that's amazing. Make sure to use an Afro-futuristic art style so we can get those, you know, Wakanda vibes. That's awesome, man. People will love that. Take 7 years developing it, too. Here's $100 million. You're going to be the face of our marketing for the next 3 years as well. Oh my God, this is amazing. Like, that's the difference between Sony and Microsoft, because like that Shuhei Yoshida guy, I remember David Jaffe told that story where basically Santa Monica Studios always had like the fear of God, no pun intended, when they were working on God of War, because Shuhei Yoshida would show up every few months, test out the game, and if he didn't fucking like it, your entire project would get canceled on the fucking spot, and you'd have to start over. That is what you need with creative types. You can't let creative types have free fucking reign, because typically they're not hardworking. They let their, you know, personal emotions get in the way of what's actually business and like market smart. I don't know, man. It's just Microsoft has this hands-off approach. They don't fucking keep tabs on their studios. They don't do progress checks. They don't set a vision or put a clear path forward or give people an idea of like, okay, this is what we should be working on because this is going to sell well, or this is in line with what our audience enjoys. They're just like, oh yeah, you want to make that? Go ahead. And take as long as you need. It's fucking dumb, man. It's a horrible management strategy.
So this isn't happening at Microsoft. It can't be. Like, there's not this like coaching, mentor, mentee, equal partners. We think this should be that. Why don't you try that? And we'll fund it if it's going well. It just seems to be, here's a ton of money, make whatever you want. And then when something doesn't happen, Microsoft just gets mad and fires people without really telling them this was serious ahead of time. It's kind of what, does that make sense? I feel like I'm rambling. That's
no,
the vibe
it makes sense. I think that the firing, though, needs to go up. Like, when it's crazy to me that Microsoft acquired Activision and didn't take much of its leadership and install them in Xbox.
Bro, this guy is speaking my fucking language right now. It is crazy to me as well that Microsoft did not fire their own incompetent fucking dipshits in Xbox and keep the people in Activision who have actually built a successful gaming company.
I mean, that's something I would.
Right. Is that a vote of confidence? Usually you buy a company for the people. Like, you'd want to move them into your company because you want them making decisions for you too.
Right. And this is the exact reason why I think Sony's purchase of Bungie was so ill-timed and probably a really bad idea, because they're losing all of the people. Like, so many people are leaving or out, and they've laid people off, and now they're going to maybe take over the board and stuff. And it's like,
let's see. So sewed with the two. Phil Spencer is the plan. I have to wonder at times, man, honestly. Like, he has to try to fail this hard.
Like, this defeats the entire purpose. We didn't need Bungie. We needed the people at Bungie. And I look at Activision the same way. Like, I had a very controversial take that I was like, I wouldn't have fired Bobby Kotick or let him go. I mean, I know that he's controversial, but I would have figured out a way to keep him in the fold. He bought Activision for $500,000 and then just sold it to you for $70 billion. So
but no, dude, he let someone's nudes get leaked. Oh yes, because Bobby Kotick is in charge of what every single employee texts each other inside and outside of work. But people will actually equate those two scenarios, guys, and that's what's fucking wrong with the Redditors and fucking Twitter users and the gaming community as a whole. People will discount the fact that Bobby Kotick built the largest video game publisher in the fucking world off of a $500,000 investment when they were on the verge of fucking bankruptcy. And they'll say, well, some woman's nudes got leaked at the workplace and she killed herself, so he's a bad guy and shouldn't ever do anything again. Like, what? But that's how fucking dumb the average person is. That's how fucking stupid the average fucking person is. They will actually discount a decade-long history, or what, 3-decade-long history of domination within the video game industry because some fucking rando in a 10,000 person company sent nudes to someone. The person she sent the nudes to shared the nudes, and then she offed herself. Outside of work, too, keep in mind. So it's like, those two things are not fucking related to each other, and it just drives me insane, man.
I may want to keep that guy around and figure out how the fuck that might have happened and what kind of business acumen someone like that has, or the guy who shepherded Call of Duty, the biggest video game IP of all time. It's crazy to me, like they don't even have that insight to be like, we should, it's like, oh no, we want, access to King. And it's like, dude, you have this great work, this know-how that can help you. And then all these guys get promoted. It's like, what?
It's like the reason why King is so dominant in the mobile gaming industry is not because they have Xbox employees working there. Otherwise, Xbox would have a dominant mobile game. They don't. Why is that? Because Xbox leadership is incompetent. The people at King knew what the fuck they were doing. Imagine that.
No, I don't know these people personally, but like Matt Booty, it's like, dude, what have you been
Matt Booty needs to go.
doing? Scott Rhodey, who's basically like your kind of ancillary on PlayStation side, is lapping, and you get promoted into this. It's like crazy to me. And then I don't know. It's so interesting to me. Like the people is what you would really want to. I know they want the IP, and I know they want the access and all that, but the people are vital. And I don't think those are the creative people.
Not from an earnings perspective. Pokemon makes more money from merchandising than actual video games. So now Call of Duty, like pure monetarily, is the biggest gaming franchise. It's made the most money. Pokemon is the world's largest media franchise in terms of gross earnings, but most of that comes from merchandising.
People that help run these. That's why I just think you were asking, like, why don't these things happen? Why didn't that help happen behind the scenes and this kind of laissez-faire give you enough rope to hang yourself with? And it's like, because I don't think.
Right, that's a better. I kind of sounded a little mean. I feel like Microsoft is giving them enough rope to hang themselves. And you could say it's their fault for hanging themselves, but it's like, why are you giving them all the rope for it, though? Like, that's not helping them, Right, and it's a waste of time and it's a waste of resources. This goes into a great example of their mismanagement, although
it's Disney territory. They buy the IPs, gut the talent, and then tank the franchises.
No one really wants to report on it or talk about it is what happened with the Initiative in Santa Monica, which was their so-called quadruple A studio that they put there.
Oh god, the Initiative, yeah, the quadruple A studio that's developing Perfect Dark. Oh wait, no, they're not actually developing it. They sent it to fucking Embracer Group, the creators of Saints Row, to work on it instead. Jesus fucking Christ, man.
Specifically to poach.
I forgot entirely about that.
Yeah, and they still exist in some like skeletal way. And I actually, it's funny, Drew Murray, who's at Insomniac, he was the co-director of Resistance and Sunset Overdrive. I went to lunch with him and told him, I was like, did you hear that there's this new studio down the street, like from Microsoft studio? And he ended up going and working there based on me telling him about it. And he looked into it, and then he left and went back to Insomniac. That's a great example of what are you doing? Like you poached all these people. You put this here specifically so you can have access to Santa Monica Studio, Naughty Dog, all these different teams, and you did in Insomniac, and you took all these, but then they still haven't put out anything, and people aren't like confounded by that. Like, what? How did that? And now they're basically the producers of the Perfect Dark game that's being made outside of the team, and it's like, dude, what are you doing? It's so. And I think that experience.
And that was Matt Booty's fucking baby. He was the head of the Initiative, and now he is the head of Xbox First Party. The dude couldn't manage one fucking studio to make one video game, and now he's in charge of every single other studio underneath Microsoft. Does that give you guys a great sense of confidence in the direction of that company? That someone who literally couldn't manage one fucking studio is now managing 30 plus? Oh my god, man. Shit's fucking wild.
It's actually showed them that they cannot build a team from the ground up pretty much, so that they got to go out and buy things if they want to. And I understand if you have Game Pass, you need content for it. So you got to go get it. But I just think it's an unsustainable model.
It's funny too for the listeners. Like an analogy I would make to everything you're talking about is and I know this is where people will call me an Intel hater, but this is reminding me just so much of the stuff I hear about Intel Arc, which I don't know if you, there's NVIDIA, everyone's heard of them. There's AMD graphics cards. I think most people have heard of them, especially because they make consoles now. But Intel tried to make graphics cards a couple years ago. Really, it was supposed to be 3 or 4 years ago, but the thing came out 1 or 2 years late. The person who's the chief architect's been fired. Most of their marketing people fired, engineers fired. And there's a certain thing where the stories you're describing sound so similar to what happened at Intel, where they're like, well, we have all the money. We will build a team that will make graphics cards, and because we have all the money, we'll just hire their engineers and it will work. It just didn't. There's definitely some je ne sais quoi to some companies and their culture that facilitate them doing certain things. And I think there's some companies that think, well, because we have the money, we can pay to make this go away. And if we give them all the money, they'll make the studio. And if we just hire all the people and throw them in the same room and lock the door, when we open it, there will be a game inside. But clearly that's not how this works, right? It's someone someday, especially if something happens officially to Game Pass, going away or something with Xbox, someone in 10 years will write a book about how this all went down and why it didn't succeed. And it will be a valuable book for anyone trying to run a business just to learn lessons from, but until then, I think what we're figuring out is just a confluence of factors that is not happening at some companies to do some things. I know it sounds so vague, but I don't know how else to put it.
Well, but isn't it evident?
Yeah, they have a terrible culture. Microsoft as a company does not have a good company culture. Buff Garfield with the 2, it's weird. Rare isn't making the perfect art. Yeah, exactly. They're working on that Everwild game that's been missing in action for like, I think 5 years now. We haven't heard a fucking peep on that since. It's just insane, man. I don't know. Deadlines and schedules and promises just don't even exist at Microsoft. It's wild. I don't fucking get it. How can you run a company that poorly and then get promoted? It's crazy.
It's like, you're right. It's not a genetic thing. It's just a know-how thing. Like, I think Sony succeeded with PlayStation in some sense because it wasn't their first creative endeavor, and they were able to, like, they bought their music label. You know, their music and television / movie labels were both external. They bought them. They didn't start them. So it's true that they got into those in the same way, but that was in the 70s and in the 80s, and they learned and they built. And I think by the time they got the PlayStation, I think maybe they had understood. In fact, if you listen to people like Ken Kuragi and these guys, they understand, like, it's content. Like, you need games. And Jaffe always talks about this when we talk. Like, Sony published, dude, it's something crazy, like 200 PlayStation 1 games, you know, like something insane. And I know that many. Like, and they didn't make them all. They were just going and buying them. Like, they didn't make, like, it's funny, Spyro and Crash are really not even Sony published games. They're just kind of affiliated with them. And the IP obviously went with Activision later on from Vivendi and all that kind of shit. But I just look at it and I just think the best thing for video games is to buy one game at a time. And any other, now it's up to the market whether they do that or not, but any other model gives us a mass disruption. And right now we see the fruits of that, whether it's games as a service, which I think are necessary. And I think making bets on them are smart, just not betting everything on them. And smaller games and indie games and all the rest. But when I hear people complaining about $70 games, I kind of feel like we are doomed in some sense, because I'm like, not only are games going to go up in price at some point, the $10 increase has been subsumed by inflation, nonetheless, the cost of the game. But are we really going to melt down about this? Do you really believe that it's a lot of money? Like, I personally, and I say this from...
It's not. $70, we've already done this math, but we did the inflation comparison. If video games were fairly priced based off of 1990s standards, video games should cost, I think it was $98 or something like that, adjusted for inflation. So if you adjust the price of video games as they were back in like the early 2000s and late 90s, video game prices, if they would have stuck with inflation, should be $98 a game. $70 for video game is cheap. Very cheap.
A blessed position.
Especially with how complicated a lot of games are nowadays. Jesus with the 5, if Microsoft leaves the console space, it could be a slam dunk for AMD. How so? They would lose the contract to make the consoles. If they're able to keep a relationship with Microsoft and their studio, why would that matter? They would lose a massive customer in Microsoft. Because, you know, what? Even if they're just making 20 million Xboxes, you know, that's still 20 million chipsets that AMD is producing for Microsoft, which is a pretty substantial amount of money. So I don't think so. I think that would hurt them overall.
No doubt, but I was spending $60 and $80 on SNES games and N64 games in the 90s.
I remember Pokemon Stadium wasn't cheap. You had to get not only the cartridge, but all of the thing that put the other cartridge in it. I mean, and there were plenty of N64 games that were really expensive too.
And that was based on chipsets and kind of the limited nature of the prints. Naughty Dog would talk about that when they did Rings of Power on Genesis. They were only allowed to make 200,000 copies, so you kind of maximize the amount of money you can make on them because you don't have another run. And I get all of that, but I look at that and I'm like, I look at a game like Grand Theft Auto 6 as an example, and I believe that will be a $70 game. I'm not saying anything else, but if that game was $100, would you really balk at it? To me, I would be like,
nope. Nobody would give a fuck if GTA was $100. Everybody would go out and buy 2 copies. They wouldn't give a shit. Nobody would fucking care if that game was $100.
Or you know, Fallout 5
right.
or
to
like,
me,
even Elden Ring could have probably been at least 80.
Right. To me, I look at it and I say, guys, and this is something, God, who said it? I think it was Strauss Zelnick, Take-Two's CEO, who said something like, there's an unrealistic expectation with a mass audience in gaming of how much value you should be able to derive from a video game. And he was using movies on per hour spent. He's like, so you'll go see Oppenheimer in IMAX for $20, and it's 3.5 hours long. And then we ask you to buy, you know, Grand Theft Auto 6 for, and he wasn't using these exact examples because I don't think he wants to scare anyone, but it's like, so they ask you to buy Grand Theft Auto 6 for $100, and you're like, freak the fuck out. It actually doesn't make any sense. It literally makes no sense why we think that game should be so cheap when you compare it to the value of other, you know, nights out on the town, to the movie, to the theater, or even just renting a film and watching it for a few hours. I rented, what did I rent the other night? Jaws on Amazon Prime for $4, and I watched it for 2 hours. Now multiply that out by God of War Ragnarok. I just don't understand what people don't get. You know, so I think the price thing is going to come to a head at some point because...
Oh, I think it's going to happen next generation for sure.
Yeah, I think so too. I think
God of War Ragnarok is a fair comparison to make with a movie ticket price because you're watching it either way.
The stretch from 50 to 60 was long during the disc era, and then 60 to 70 was really long. And I think people just... you either understand that this costs money or you don't, and I get it, and I know it's not for everyone, but I am not saying it as a shill of the industry. I'm saying it as out of necessity for the kinds of games we want. We need to be willing to pay for them. Because
I think if Sony was shrewd, they would try to offer, assuming it's Sony that would do this, or because I don't know that Xbox just seems scared to charge more for a game or something like, and it would probably be someone like Nintendo or Sony that would try it first. I think they'd be shrewd to offer console.
Like prime example, man. I'm more than happy to shell out extra money for like the deluxe edition or whatever the fuck for a game like Final Fantasy VII Rebirth, because it's gonna be a good game. It's a traditional video game. Once you buy it, you have the full fucking experience. And how many fucking hours of enjoyment am I going to get out of that? So, I don't mind spending money on a video game. Like, if it's actually good and worth the money, then I have no issue buying games. I don't understand why all of a sudden the notion of buying games has become like something to balk at. It's like, oh, well, I would never buy a game. I'm just going to get it in a subscription service. It's like, that's such a new idea. Like, when the fuck has it ever been a problem before Microsoft tried to make it one because they were fucking losing and getting their teeth kicked in? You know, Microsoft invented the problem of people buying video games being a bad thing. It was never a bad thing. Like, when did anyone ever have a problem of, like, just buying a video game? For 8 console generations, no one had a problem just buying video games. It's because they were fucking losing and needed a fucking new strategy, and it's not working. So, I don't know, man.
Consolation prize. Like, this game, I don't know what it would be, but, like, I'm trying to think of, like, another... Like, let's say there's, like, a Bloodborne 2. That would be exclusive, and they're like, it's bigger than the other one. That one you could already play for hundreds of hours. Like, this is going to be $80. But in the meantime here, you know, we've got a new Sly Cooper. It's going to be $40 because it cost us a fourth as much to make.
Right, that's what's happening with Helldivers right now. Helldivers is $40, you know?
Right, and I think they need to have that at launch and make a big deal about it. Like, here's your $80, here's your $60, here's your $40 tier. Guess what? You don't need to buy a season pass. You just get
Suicide
all the content.
Squad's not even worth it for free, man. That game is ass. And not the good kind.
We're going to be making for 2 years for $80. And we're not going to just hope you... Like, I think EA was trying to do with Battlefield for a while, like, accidentally buy the premium $80 edition thinking you needed it, and we'll give you an extra hat to wear during World War III and global climate change wars.
Dude, it's so funny you say that, because Helldivers is doing that in some sense at the $40 price point, which is not unprecedented for Sony. But what is interesting is that they already announced that all updates will be free. So that, like, they're going to add new biomes, new characters, new weapons, new mechs, new whatever, and it's all free. So I think that is the future of some sort of mid-tier game. And I don't think Sony personally would want to go any lower than that. Not because games couldn't be worth less than that. They should be worth less than that, but because they can't make any money in those spaces. But I think others can. Like, you see... there was some consternation because Prince of Persia, The Lost Crown, that Metroidvania 2.5D game that came out a few weeks ago, I actually platinumed it. It was really fun, but there was a report that Ubisoft sold 300,000 copies of that and that they were disappointed. And I'm like, dude, if you can sell 300,000 copies of that and you're disappointed in that, there's something fucking deeply messed up with what did you think was going to happen? 300,000 copies of a Metroidvania is awesome.
Yeah, especially at $50. I'm going to buy that game eventually, but I ain't spending $50 for a side scroller, bro. That should have been like a $30 title, and I think it would have done very well. But...
So Compressed Earthblocks writes in, and he says, Hogwarts Legacy was one of the highest grossing revenue and selling games of 2023. It's also a game that isn't live service or loaded with microtransactions. Do you think this will signal to developers that people want a shift towards a more traditional game? Or do you think this did as
You would pay $500 for a brand new copy of Pokemon Stadium. If you can
either subscribe, donate, or get the fuck out.
If you can find me brand new copies of Pokemon Stadium, I'll double it. I'll pay $1,000 for brand new copies of Pokemon Stadium. Zack Snyder with the Tier 2 membership. I didn't like your new movie.
As well as it did, because it's just Harry Potter, and that is the only conclusion they'll make.
Yeah, I think, unfortunately, no, I don't think it's going to show that. There's a GDC poll that was posted. GDC is interesting because that's a game developer conference. They poll their users or their membership, and 95% of them are working on a live service game right now, in some sense, which is nuts. And WB is the publisher of Harry Potter, and they have already announced that there's going to be a live element to all of their games. And if they're, of course, the publisher of Suicide Squad, so I think that you're going to get another Hogwarts Legacy. You're also going to get the Quidditch spinoff, and those are going to do really well. But I think generally speaking, people want these perpetual market games, and it sucks. And it's being run by people that I think don't quite understand the industry, but they're going to need to take a few more L's, I think, before they understand what they've done. I mean, look at Rocksteady and Suicide Squad. It's just it's not good. So
well, Elden Ring, I would say, was another example. You know, I looked up the budget for that game.
This is the same Griffin that said he would happy to pay any price for COD, a good COD like MW2. If that game was $100, I think that's perfectly fine. But after trying MW3, I wouldn't pay for that. So that's the difference. Is the game has to be worth the price. You're missing the fucking point. You're missing the point. If it's a good game, I don't mind paying up for it. If it's a shit game, I'm just not going to buy it. Or I'll get it on a deep discount.
Game, and it was, I don't remember, maybe a couple, like 200 million, and it sold 20 million, 30 million copies, and then you compare it to another game that has like a $600 million budget that sold half as many, and I'm like, but don't you guys see over here? Like, you just have to spend this much with this level of quality, and they'll buy it. You don't need to charge them anything. I don't think it's just Harry Potter. I think there's been multiple examples. I mean, even you could argue God of War in the past 5 years of like, something's going on here where the traditional game is selling so well, though.
Yeah, it's great. It's actually kind of nice to see that there still is a market for it, even with kind of the more modest sales. I thought Final Fantasy 16 sales were pretty good at 3 or 4 million, but it's just cool to see that people are still willing to buy a game 4, 5, 6, 7 million for a Resident Evil game, Dead Space remake. Obviously, anything Nintendo puts out will sell 5 to 10 million copies or more. So people are willing to. There's an audience willing to brandish their wallets out there still, but they're the ones keeping things afloat. And I don't know. There's got to be and I think you understand this. There's a ground that they have to discover between games that are too expensive and will be too much to sell, and games that are cheap to make, in which they can make money on, but they don't make enough. I always tell this to my audience. Sony has no.
The problem is people are too afraid to not make AAA games at this point. That's the issue. Is if people were just willing to make like AA games that maybe had an hour or two of cutscenes and 20 hours of gameplay, then the budget would be massively reduced and you could sell the game for less, making it more appealing at market, and therefore move more copies and profit because you have a lower cost of production, you have a higher expected sales volume. You know, add those two together, you're making money, baby. But everyone's so determined to make a fucking movie game nowadays, or a game that fucking is more of a fucking TV show than an actual gaming experience. And that's the issue, or, you know, the obsession with photorealism. So, not every single game needs to be a fucking, you know, $300 million budget fucking God of Snore Ragnarok or Death Stranding or whatever other slop movie game comes out.
Interest in spending $25 million and making a $10 million profit. They couldn't care less about that.
Because even if you could argue percentage-wise, that was a lot of profit. Yeah, but in total.
Right, because it requires
$1 billion here made $2 billion.
It's a whole silo of people that needed to make it too, like to do it. You need to deploy those resources on $100 million projects that make $50 million, on $300 million projects that make $200 million. And it's just high risk, high reward. That's why Japan Studio went away and everything else. They don't want to make a bunch of games where they're just like, I don't know, man, 50,000 people bought this game, 500,000 people bought this game. They're like, we want 10 million sellers, 5 million sellers, 15 million sellers. And they've kind of put themselves in a precarious position because they have to constantly beat themselves.
And they're not going to be able to. Sony's going to have to scale back game production, I feel like. I mean, if Sony could just rein in the fucking cinematics of their games and just focus a little bit more on gameplay, they might actually be in a good position, in all honesty.
But nonetheless, I think.
Yeah, it does, Griffin. Look at Final Fantasy VII Rebirth. How much money Square Enix spend on dev? I guarantee you it's less than fucking Starfield.
That's the space they're in.
Maybe we'll come back to it.
Or less than fucking a God of War Ragnarok. Or Spider-Mid 2. Japanese developers are way more cost-effective when it comes to game development. Just FYI.
The end about Game Pass and AAA gaming, but I'd be remiss if I didn't at least jump into this subject here. Manuel Nascimento writes in, and he says, I'm keen on the analysis from Colin regarding this approach from PlayStation on the PlayStation 5 Pro, letting it be easier to make a higher frames per second version of the game with minor cost to the developers, rather than making it so that you need a base PS5 and also a Pro version of a game. Cheers to all. And that is something that I think has been coming out more and more as I've been covering the PlayStation 5 Pro leak and actually,
all right, not this part. Yeah, where was it? This part.
Me to the final question here that I have to ask. I skipped over a lot of questions about what happens to the Game Pass business model. I suppose you could touch on that if you wanted to. But just generally speaking, we've seen from the Xbox leaks this suggestion that the next Xbox Series X refresh is the same console, but now 2 terabytes of RAM and no disk drive. And we've already seen I saw some reporting coming.
Realistic looking games of the 90s are looking nicer than no. Dude, any of those games from like the PS1, PS2 era that went for photorealism or like really top tier graphics instead of like super stylized graphics did not age well. Like a lot of those games look very fucking rough by today's standards because they tried to like chase realistic visuals for the time instead of picking like a stylized graphic style. And they just don't age well.
point out that like in European stores, they're like pulling the Xbox section from their versions of GameStop. And I'm sure some of that is bad sales, but I almost wonder if they know that Microsoft is going to put out a digital-only console now. And if you can't sell games with the console, what's the point in carrying it? So I don't know. I wonder if you have any thoughts on how that would go if Xbox went all digital before this gen is even over, and then just what you expect them to do next generation. But also, Balto writes in and says, if Xbox stops making consoles, how would things shake up with the PlayStation 6 and onwards? How cocky do you think Sony and Nintendo would get?
Yeah, I think pretty cocky probably. I'm sure Sony's feeling, again, we're talking in the
PlayStation's already cocky, man. They don't have a fucking competitor right now.
Shadow of Xbox even saying anything. We just have rumors, and I'm sure Sony is like thrilled right now. And again, it's not a secret to them that this is happening because they provide the dev kits and the production access and all that. So they know. They just didn't know how it was going to be announced. I think it's a bit of a cop-out sometimes when Phil Spencer says, or has said, that losing the Xbox One generation was just catastrophic for the brand. That this was the first, as I said with the PS4, the first kind of permanent console ecosystem that will exist forever. And so people start buying their games and they become more and more locked in and more locked in. And they made this,
Phil famously said this was the worst generation to lose, Xbox One.
Right. And he said that specifically because of the digital access to games for the first time in a major way. People have to remember that PS4 and Xbox One, and this is, again, a quaint thing, but they were the first consoles that required you to have a digital version of your game. Many games would still come out on PS3 and Xbox 360 that had no digital version at all. And that wasn't uncommon. That was actually very common. And people kind of forget about that. And so that's when everyone started becoming permanently digitally involved in an ecosystem, and they kind of use that as a cop-out. But I think they made a bet that, in light of that, made a lot of sense, which is to say, we're going to have the subscription model that will try to overturn the apple cart so that people start looking at games the way they look at TV and movies, which is that they don't really want to spend money on them anymore. With the rare exception, you have your films in theater and all the rest, but that they look at...
And that's what's so ironic, is Microsoft was basically saying, oh, we don't care how many people buy our consoles or video games. We just want you to sub to Game Pass. Well, guess what they're now doing? They're bringing their games to other platforms where people can buy them instead of getting them in Game Pass. Like, the complete and total misstep and 180 that Microsoft is making in terms of their like overall strategy is fucking incredible. They bet everything on Game Pass, and it shows.
Subscription model as valuable. And this had... They must have war-gamed this out and known that this was going to happen, but they thought it was worth it, considering their growth models, where this taught their audience over time to not buy games. And first of all, I know this is someone who releases games on Xbox, although we're a small developer, but I talk to people. It's like their games don't sell on Xbox either. During the ABK FTC trial, I thought Microsoft was very, very disingenuous when they presented that thing saying, like, look at all the exclusives PS4 has and PS5 have, and look at how few exclusives we have. And I was saying to our audience, and I'm like, dude, 90% of those exclusives are optional. Like, they don't want to bring their games to Xbox because they're not going to make any money. There's nothing stopping like Atelier Ryza from coming to Xbox. They just don't want to sell 5,000 copies of the game. So
Yep. It's not worth the time.
That's an interesting point you're making, by the way, because I've seen it on at least VG charts, and I don't know how accurate their data still is, but like you'll see a game come out and their estimates are like the Xbox version, just random third-party games are selling like a fourth, a fifth, a sixth as well as the PlayStation version.
It's definitely happening. I just know that from talking to people. And then so that had this erosive effect with digital games, but it had this erosive effect with physical games too. And this is the miscalculation that I think Microsoft has made in terms of kind of being in the zeitgeist, being in the eye of the consumer and all the rest. They're like, you don't need our console to play Game Pass. It's like, okay, so no one's going to buy your console. Then you have no captive game, or you have fewer captive Game Pass subscribers. Those few captive Game Pass subscribers aren't buying games anymore. You have this teeter-tottering domino effect that ultimately gets them to the point where it's like, why do we even have this drive anymore? We don't. I'll give you another example. All of our games are on Xbox, and I personally fund through East Asia Soft. I co-publish our physical copies of the game, so I pay for the manufacturer, small upfront fee per item made in China, ships it to me. We make the special editions ourselves and sell them off. So we've done this for PS4 and we're doing it for PS5 now. And the minimum buy for PS5 and PS4 is 1,000 games. It's 1,018, I think, at something like $12 each gross or whatever. On Switch, you have to publish 3,000 games at a similar gross or whatever. There is no option to publish Xbox games. Like, we don't even have the option because there's no limited boutique licensing of Xbox games. So when people ask, like, oh, are you going to put Proxy on Xbox? It's like, we can't do that. Like, there's literally no option. There's not even a way for us to buy into that. And then you read like limited run games and all the rest where they're basically giving away Xbox games at this point because they can't sell them. Like the ones that they do print.
So I heard about that. Limited Run had like a massive they had a massive clearance of like Xbox shit for like $1 a piece because they just didn't fucking sell them.
There's this huge cascading.
I saw that. I saw that in the news. That's crazy.
It's a cascading effect, like a circular firing squad. And it was. I don't think it was an unwise bet, but it ended up being the bad bet because again, they don't have the creative talent to manage what would be necessary to make Game Pass work. And so now they have to make concessions. And I think the concession is we really have to maybe even double down on this model, like at least double down on digital only and just eschew the entire physical space, which is a small thing. I mean, physical games are not huge anymore, but there's a place for them. And so I just think they've kind of made their own bed and they have no option.
Well, the problem is it's like Microsoft is such a small fucking audience right now. They have a small niche audience, and anything they do to further divide that small niche audience is going to have a much more dramatic impact. That's their issue. Microsoft should not be doing anything that deters people from buying their consoles or investing in their ecosystem. But they are, actively. So it's like pretty incredible. I don't know, man. Bill Hurt with a 5. Maybe this is why Microsoft fired their physical pub. Oh yeah, no, definitely. The next Xbox is not going to have a disk drive.
Options now. Really, they're out of options. They spent all this money on these publishers. They've made their family so much bigger. Their headcount is enormous. Their production costs are enormous, and then they have this flat subscription model. And as we said earlier in the conversation, they have to peak over that arc to start making money. They're so far behind it. And this is all going to become very ironic.
Yeah, Walmart pulled all the Starfield copies off the shelves, and they shipped them back to Microsoft. So yeah, basically.
With physical media, when Hi-Fi Rush and Sea of Thieves and all these games come to PlayStation, as they're rumored to do, they're probably going to be physical versions of the games. And you know what? There were no physical versions of those games on Xbox at all. And they're first party games. So that's what I really want to see, if Microsoft lets Nintendo and Sony publish those games, like, physically.
Or if they just say, please don't.
Or like, you can't do this, because that'd be their MLB The Show moment. Yeah, exactly. And that's why I said earlier, is like, I feel bad for Microsoft in some sense. They're nice people there and all the rest, and they're trying their hardest, but they weren't kind to Sony either with certain things. So it's like, I don't expect Sony to go easy on them at this point. No. And I would imagine Sony looks at this as utter capitulation, like total victory, I would assume, if this is the way it ends up happening. The only thing that I'm surprised by, and I'll get more into this on our shows when I flesh it out with the guys, is people give me a lot of credit in our audience for being like, you called this was going to happen. I'm like, I kind of called it. I honestly thought that Game Pass would come to PlayStation, right? Like, and what I mean is a bespoke first and second party version of Game Pass that Sony would be like, have at it, dude. Like, put your $20 subscription on Sony. We'll take $6.50 of every subscription every month, and you can have your games over here. And that's great. It's actually even worse because Sony's now going to make 30%. And Phil Spencer's on the record saying, literally, Sony takes the games the money from the games we sell on their platform and uses it to basically foreclose us. And now, with that quote out there, they're going to put their games on PlayStation, and times are a-changing, in a major way. I think that depending on what they say when they finally speak about this, I think it could be looked at as the beginning of the end of the console war, in some quote. Although I think it's been over for a couple generations, really.
Yeah, I mean, it's just, I think the headlines, again, from that link I put out Friday about Intel trying to win the next Xbox, of course, that's what most of the headlines said is, can you believe there could be an Intel-powered Xbox Q, AI-generated thumbnail that they would put on their website or something? But my takeaways for that really were, there's the Intel side, which I'll skip past because we're not really talking about that here. But really the takeaway is that they took this long to decide if they wanted to make another generation. Like they're probably...
Look at this shit, bro. Is this not one of the most sad things you've ever witnessed? This is Colt's face when he saw the text message confirming that the news wouldn't be so bad next week. What a convincing face, man. Oh my God. Jesus. Holy shit, man.
Probably still going back to AMD from what I've heard. They love jerking around AMD, by the way. Microsoft does apparently. But the fact that they took this long, what I heard from some people at AMD specifically too was they tend to shop around. They tend to threaten they're going to leave us. We don't think it would make sense if they did. But it's been a few months where it's like weird they haven't called us back yet. Like, I think that's just something people should have in the back of their head if for the next generation is like, they almost canceled this already. So it's going to be launching on shaky waters, and you almost wonder if it'd be like a Dreamcast thing could be possible. Yeah. Where do you think that's something people should, I'm asking you without even getting into insider things I've heard. Like, is that something do you think people should be worried about?
I think it's possible that Xbox is not a player on the console market anymore by next generation, based on the way it all depends on what they say, because we're speaking in some sort of like this interstitial period of mystery. But there's some sense that it was never their marketing all says that it's not important. Their marketing is all like, don't need a console, don't need an Xbox, don't need to buy games. It's like, okay, this is kind of the future you've built for yourself. And people lose sight of this, Tom, and I know you understand this perfectly well, is when Sony outsells you 3-1 in a month, that's bad. When that happens every month, that's
more money
problem.
being put away that they're using to make more games that will be on their console.
Right, it's just like 3-1, 3-1, 3-1, 3-1 before, that's 60-20. That's like, not that I'm not saying those are the numbers, they're not, but
and it's even 4 or 5-1 in certain markets as well. So that's just the U.S.
It's like, that's disastrous. And it's like inflation. When they say inflation's coming down, it's like, but until inflation is at zero, it's still going up. The cost is still going up. It's the same problem. I would imagine, as I said earlier, that the strategy is in flux and has probably changed. I think that the strategy has manifestly changed in between when they wanted to buy ABK and when it was closed. There's no doubt something changed there. And by the way, we know how they feel about all this stuff. They've just been kind of lying and obfuscating about it, and they get away with it. You know, Tim Stewart, who's the CFO of Xbox, came out on CNBC and literally said they were putting their games on Switch and PlayStation. And then everyone was like, oh, no, what are you doing? And then,
I missed that. That's funny. But no one talks about it for some reason.
That was weeks ago. And then Phil Spencer came out and gave an interview where he's like, we're not putting Game Pass on PlayStation. And it's like, why did you let him off the hook? That's not what he fucking said. They were talking
Exactly. But most people are too fucking dumb, but...
about the games, you know, and now we're getting the fruit of this. They've been laying the groundwork for this quietly for a while, I think.
Again, how much this mirrors what's going on with Intel's graphics division, where like I'm sure you didn't see this, but like a couple of years ago they showed off a roadmap where they're like, we'll have enthusiast graphics in 2022, and then they never came out. And I'm like, why is no one asking them about this? And they're like, well, it's just coming out late. You know, they're definitely going to launch it now. There's like next quarter, and I'm like, next quarter? There would be pictures of this. Everyone would be talking about this if this was coming out next quarter. No, it's not. Like, and I don't know. There's just some parts of the press that just let these companies lie.
Yeah, they just let them lie. They don't care. It was so. I actually I've spoken to the guy that interviewed Phil Spencer about that because he's a friend of mine. Where I'm like, oh, you let him off the hook, like, and he was like, I just had a very limited amount of time. I couldn't really press him on that. And I'm like, that's fine. I understand
that's
that.
The whole story, though. I would argue, you know.
But I just think this is what I don't feel so bad because this is what it seemed like Microsoft and Xbox fans really wanted, which was massive consolidation. And now you are dealing with the repercussions of you consolidating. You know, of like you having all this massive. Not the
Ferris of the two, bro. That's prime emo, but I can't put people's faces as it. You're not allowed. I can't sell people's likenesses because like. That would be like me taking someone's picture, putting it behind a paywall, and then, you know, that's literally selling someone's likeness without their permission, so I can't do that.
Phil, your fucking massive headcount, your expectations, you own Call of Duty, you have to make money. Money. You have to make lots of money to sustain this thing, and I just think it's surprising that the same people are in charge, and we'll see how it all goes, and I guess they're going to speak next week, so we'll find out.
But if you were in charge, what would you do? What would you say the next Xbox should be? Because my argument, just to like give you some context, would be, I think the mistake they made with the Series S and X is thinking they have to beat Sony in specs on one end and also have the cheapest console. Just make a good device. Stop being obsessed with your competition. Like I think if they would have had a 16 gigabyte console that was a little weaker than the PS5, but then they didn't have to make two versions, they could have sold it for like $350 or $400.
I'm selling El Paulo's likeness without his permission. He's property. Doesn't matter. I make the decisions.
Like an Xbox Series S that's a little better without weaknesses. I think that could have worked as the Game Pass vehicle. But the problem is you have a weak one, or you have a stronger one that people don't want to spend as much for. And I would argue that's what they should do next gen. Is it sounds like you think they have to double down on Game Pass.
I think it's the only option. I think that's the only option, in my opinion.
So if we know the PlayStation 6 is probably coming out 2027, 2028, I mean, then I would argue Microsoft should try to beat Sony to market with something $100 cheaper than what Sony will charge, with something that can do all of the same things. Like, and then this is the cheap next gen Game Pass thing, and they just have to go hard for it. Because I don't really see any other gambit. I don't know what else they can try to do. I mean, they can't walk back Game Pass, right? I mean,
no, you can't. That's what I've been saying to people.
Bro, dogs aren't even 3/5 human. They're like literally a fucking piece of furniture. They have zero rights. None. But yeah, I don't know, man. Yeah, you just can't do, like, you can technically do it, but I don't want to set myself up for any sort of legal issues. Or if somebody files a privacy complaint and YouTube gives you a strike for it, like, it's not worth it. I don't view that as a worthwhile risk to take. Timothy Marco with the 2. Fred has your face as an emo, fake or not. Hopefully it's a good picture. Britman with the 2. Microsoft doing purposefully. Microsoft American Tencent. Yes and no. I don't know. It's weird. Microsoft is fucking odd, but it feels like their leadership wants to kind of evolve into Tencent, but Microsoft's way fucking bigger than Tencent. So it's not really a great comparison, because Tencent's not like an actual production company. That's the difference, is like Tencent is a venture capital firm, basically. They just dump money into existing companies or acquire existing companies. Microsoft actually produces stuff. So it's a little bit different, but I don't know. Chazrick Thomas with the 5. Hypothetically, Jim Ryan fell on the grenade for Sony to win the war. Ironic. Yeah, hopefully he gets his bag on the way out. And Starfield was the game of the generation that killed. Dude, the fact that people say that Starfield is the biggest game that Xbox has had in a decade is really fucking sad to think about. That shit's fucking wild, man.
is that maybe they can, but I think that if they did, then that would be the end of I think the brand as we understand it, because they have, think about this, dude, like your most hardcore audience isn't buying their games. If you cut them off from Game Pass, they don't own anything they've been playing, or they own very little of what they've been playing. Like you can't, because some people say like, what if they rolled back day one on Game Pass? I'm like, can't.
Oh.
That's like you can't do it. Like, and that's
the number one thing they kind of need to do to save the profitability.
And that's when Blade was announced or whatever, and everyone was getting mad at me, and they didn't say what console was coming to. I'm like, that game is coming to PlayStation, and people were like, you're such a fanboy. And I'm like, now it's more obvious than ever. You know that the reason they didn't say the platforms was because it's coming to PlayStation. But my opinion is that Microsoft.
Yeah, it's because of those Marvel sales requirements we saw leak in the Insomniac hack. You know, like Marvel requires 6 million copies sold within the first year. Well. There lies the biggest problem with Xbox. Nothing sells, so they have to put it on PlayStation.
That's probably best path of salvation is to be more passive. And what I mean by that is maybe become an agnostic third-party publisher of your games. Have this console and this way. So think about like Amazon Prime or something where it's just this passive platform that you can go on, you can peruse it, you can buy whatever you want, you can subscribe, you have all these different conduits, but it's not really pushing very much on you. And this is a way to kind of have Microsoft Gaming and people on Game Pass and just say, like, come here and get the great value from our product. In fact, the gambit might simply be, and this might not be a bad idea, is to raise the specter of Game Pass being more valuable to more people, we actually have to start selling our games on other platforms in order to draw the contrast, right? Over and over and over again. And I made this argument years ago.
Everyone's played the new Halo. Everyone's played the new Fable. Oh, if I just got an Xbox,
right,
I'd be playing this for free.
Right. Maybe you're like, all right, I'll buy Starfield for $70. And then the next month, it's like avowed, and it's like, all right, I'll buy that for $70. And then the next game comes out, and you're like, maybe I really should just go and get Game Pass, you know? And maybe that's a more power. Maybe that might be the calculus, is to say, like, we not only will we make money.
Yeah,
like,
I saw the Drake video. I bet Imkey has that shit on fucking repeat on his fucking home screen or whatever. But yeah, I saw the Drake video. That shit was funny.
Of money. When they put Starfield, I have no interest.
That's why you never send fucking dick pics, man. It's so fucking stupid. Why would you take a picture of your penis? Oh, man, I don't know. Just don't do it, guys. It's not worth it. There's no scenario that taking a fucking dick pic or whatever is ever gonna fucking do well. Like, nothing is ever gonna be beneficial from sending anyone a fucking picture of your penis. You saw his dick? Yeah, it's like a video of him, like, filming himself laying on his bed, pointing the phone at his mirror, like, holding his fucking dick in his hand, like, wiggling it around. So, some chick that he had sex with or was sexting or whatever decided to leak it, which is bad news for her because he can 100% track down who the fuck he sent that to and sue the absolute shit out of them. So, that's like a federal offense. So, good fucking luck. But, yeah, never send a picture of your penis to anyone under any circumstances.
Playing it, especially 30 frames, but if they put Starfield on PS5, like it's rumored, it's going to sell millions of copies. That's money they didn't account for. Millions. It will sell millions, you know? And they can say, like, maybe that benefits us. It certainly does. And maybe we capture, like, a couple % of them and just bring them over. And maybe if we do that at war of attrition, people will start to see the value
buying
in our
themselves
product.
more time.
Yeah.
What they need to buy is way more time.
Right, exactly. And so I think that that's probably the end goal. And I think that you can't unravel Game Pass and Xbox. They are going to go down together. If like that, they are one. The day one, all of our games on Game Pass, that you can't back that up. I think the only game that might get out of that is Call of Duty. And I think that that's because it's just so expensive to make that Game Pass didn't move the needle when Starfield came to it. And
I thought that was the most damning thing. I'm like, well, this doesn't make people sign up. This was the test.
And people say, like, how do you know that? I'm like, because they didn't announce numbers. Like, again, Microsoft wouldn't shut the fuck up during the Xbox 360 era.
McKenzie with the 6 million in sales. I could bake that many cookies in 4 years.
Yeah, crowd, white boy.
They were shouting numbers from the rooftop every 2 seconds about everything. When you don't have things you want to say, you stop talking about it. And so I think that maybe certainly selling games on PlayStation and Nintendo's going to make them a ton of money. And it might just be that Xbox turns into a label. And that has kind of this hardware that you can mess around with if you want, but you don't really need it. And that's the verbiage that they've been doing, and they train their audience to be like this. So they have the problem for them is that if they reverse course, they have no one to fall back on. Like their evangelists are the Game Pass subscribers. Then now you're going to tell them, oh, never mind.
The mental gymnastics would be funny, though, to see what
when they announced that they're pulling certain games from the day and date program, which is expected to be announced, that's going to be rough, man.
I don't think fanboys will say anything about it, but like that's they made their bet. They made their
that shit's
going to
be
and now
rough.
they have to kind of see it through. But I'm very interested to see what is real and what's not.
Because all the
rumors
fucking broke boys who don't want to pay for anything are going to be like, I don't want it. Like they'll get all fucking upset. Because my guess is Bethesda and Activision games are never going to launch in Game Pass day and date moving forward. because Starfield didn't fucking shift the needle whatsoever when it came to boosting Game Pass subs. And, you know, they lost so much money by not, you know, charging for those games. Also, they spent a fuckload of money buying the studios that make those games.
The time we're talking are so damning. It's like, is this one person saying all this, or is this coming from multiple people? And are they trying?
It's multiple people, apparently.
Trying to kind of sow discord to try to change.
I can tell you that I've heard from people at places like AMD, Apple, NVIDIA, Intel, who have friends at the Xbox group, that it's hard for me to believe what I'm hearing, but it's like, it's red alert there right now is what I hear. That like my friend.
It's red alert right there. Fuck, man.
Like there's monthly meetings on how are we going to pivot this business model in the next, like we have 1 year to pivot this, or we're not, because like supposedly the sales are just collapsing so much faster than they expected.
Well,
oh no, dude, Xboxes are flying off the shelf because of Pal World. Jesus Christ, man. FBI with the 2, I think more people bought it on Steam than Game Pass. Yeah, no, I think more people bought the game on Steam than downloaded it in Game Pass. I think that is actually true.
Your marketing tells them not to buy the console. The big Starfield ads that people were seeing was no console required, and then a Starfield logo.
I didn't see that. Jeez.
What do you think is going to happen? That was the Achilles heel of the strategy. Was it's not that Game Pass is a good or a bad idea in and of itself. It's that you have to tether it to the console and make them married to each other, so that everyone that buys an Xbox gets Game Pass, and you can rely on them, you know, on both of those things. But if you tell people, oh, don't buy the console, it's like, okay, I won't. And then maybe I'll get Game Pass somewhere, but I'll just every third party game I'll buy on PlayStation, and they'll get 30%, or Steam, and they'll get 30%. It was kind of silly. And I think that maybe it's becoming more urgent because they just spent so much money. Understand, Activision, the purchase of Activision, as far as I understand, in the hardcore console space, is worth more than every acquisition that has ever happened. Come on. So,
and people will round up to like what, 70 billion? They're rounding up like an Insomniac purchase.
Right, exactly.
Like an entire Insomniac purchase is what we're rounding by.
It's interesting, and I'm sure it's probably very urgent. Just think about all the people they absorbed. Like the whole pipeline that they absorbed is enormous. And
oh, wait, Jesus, it's 10 Insomniac purchases is what we're rounding up.
Right, right. 60, 70, right. So
yeah, it's funny.
So anyway, I digress. I'm rambling and ranting, but I just think it's kind of freeing for me because I was right, and it wasn't from any other place than just looking at the financials. It just didn't make sense, and the deep parasocialism that exists between Xbox executives and their hardcore fan base in some sense.
Oh, Phil Spencer played Halo Infinite with me one time, dude. He's literally my best friend that I've known from childhood. He would never betray me.
They'll piss on them and they'll tell them it's raining, and they'll be like, yeah. And I just
they'll open their fucking mouth and say, oh, that water tastes great.
There are annoying PlayStation fanboys out there.
Those people, I don't know. My experience, those people definitely exist for, and this may not surprise you, for like NVIDIA and AMD. And
yeah, so that's wild.
I will say the console ones are the most insane. And from my perspective, I've had to deal with a ton of crazy Xbox people, but I've had to deal with some insane PlayStation people. I'm sure you understand.
There's a whole contingent of PlayStation people that just don't think I'm enough of a fan. You know, like, so
that's usually what it is they're just like, because like I would have leaks before the PS5 came out that said some good things, but then I'd have one where I'm like, well, this doesn't sound good. Oh my God! The second you say one bad thing, the PlayStation, the most insane PlayStation fanboys, it's like you strayed from the religion, the scripture. Like you can only say good.
The Xbox, I know I can see
the will of Phil for the Xbox. Britman with a 10. I mean, in gaming, but as a publisher, it was over in X1. Sadia was going to axe it. I'm now thinking they got Activision for that reason. It's publishing and mobile. Phil even suggested, let's just do mobile. Yeah, I could see it, man. Honestly, like the R&D on those consoles can't be cheap. They're not making money on any units sold. People aren't buying video games on them. Game Pass isn't even breaking even. They have what, $70 billion or what? No, closer to $80 billion in acquisitions that they've made that they need to pay down over time. So the only solution is to sell them on other places. So, yeah, makes sense. I saw it with the 5. I'll cherish this photo. What is this? Oh my God. Jesus. Hold on. This is the head of Xbox marketing who is horrible. I don't know who this guy is, but you'll notice a trend with all of them. Bruh. Jesus, man. Oh.
Like the Xbox fans are going through it right now, and in a way, it's easy to trivialize them, but I understand like they invested in platforms and digital ecosystems that might. I say to my audience,
I don't know, man. I've never felt the need to take like pictures. I don't like pictures personally, but you know.
All the time, they're like, "What? Aren't you worried about your digital games going away?" And I'm like, "Dude, if PlayStation goes away, Sony will go away." Like, it's almost impossible to imagine that.
Yeah.
But now they're looking at a vision where it's like your shit might actually maybe go away. I mean, it's definitely on some sort of clock that doesn't exist on the other side, and I understand why people are upset about that. I'd be upset too. Yeah.
The one thing I would say, the one ace I think, or maybe Jack, that Microsoft could play that I think it's incredible they haven't played this yet. I heard rumors they might, but it never happened. Maybe it was just people speculating behind the scenes.
All right, well, this is pretty much done at this point. So let me see. iSeller, let me pull up your other tweet real quick. There it is. And did I pull up this one too? Yeah, I pulled up that one. Okay. I think that's all of them. This is wild. We had a State of Play a week ago, another State of Play today, and get this, next week we'll have another State of Play hosted by Phil Spencer. Bro, that is actually true. That is actually true. Although it may not be hosted by Phil Spencer. Apparently it has nothing to do with the Xbox division. It's just Microsoft as a whole that's getting up there. So they could have completely cut old Philip from the entire picture when it comes to this decision. What is this shit? Xbox Series X review, and they were wrong? What does that mean? Oski Woski with the 5. Screw Xbox. Let me lighten the mood with something that terrified me and my brother as a kid. Okay. I've never actually played a single N64 game in my life. ABK deal basically made it so that gaming is too big for Microsoft to ignore. So inadvertently, yeah, it did kill them. And apparently Microsoft's not this is a completely unrelated thing to gaming, but apparently Microsoft leadership's not happy about the fact that they're having to clash with the Biden administration with the FTC issue. So they're looking to get rid of that too. So if they go multi-platform and start putting stuff on PlayStation, then any concern the FTC has goes away with that. And apparently, because, you know, the fucking, you know, Microsoft leadership are a bunch of dumb shitlibs. So, you know, they're, of course, going to be in the Biden vote. So they don't like disagreeing with the Biden administration. Am I watching the Super Bowl? I haven't watched the Super Bowl in over a decade, man, so no. I wouldn't have to. I don't even have cable, so I don't even think I'd be able to, even if I wanted to. Yeah, bro, the rubber banding in Mario Kart is fucking annoying. Griffin 2 core to play cable? That's right. That's why I need all the super shekels I can get. Oski Woski the 5 just pictured this. You're in a castle in the middle of an endless lava sea with nothing but this eerie music playing. Is that not terrifying to anybody? I mean, I could definitely see it. The thing that would be really fucking scary is if this map didn't have fucking rails. That shit would be AIDS. I only watched the Super Bowl for the trailers. You mean the marketing material? Dormant madness. How Sephiroth loses his mind. Final, bruh. Now we're gonna get a bunch of lore videos. Like, oh my god, bro. How Tifa was actually trans the entire time. Tifa was a trans icon of Final Fantasy. Let's see. What's that fucking dude's name? Okay. Here we go. Xbox isn't going anywhere.
I love the smell of anime body pillows in the morning. Guys,
I bet you do.
the pathetic incel PlayStation crowd might finally be getting what they want, because they've been begging for our games for years now. The pathetic Peasant Station 5 owners have been begging for Xbox exclusives, just like you see in this change.org petition. Make Starfield a PS5 exclusive. Guys, they've been begging for our games, and it seems they might be getting a few of them as timed exclusives. But what I want you to notice, and this is a master stroke by Phil Spencer, let's just zoom out for a minute and notice, are any Xbox fans begging for PlayStation games? Are any Xbox fans begging for...
Yeah, they always complain when Final Fantasy games become exclusive.
Phobe stars? Are any Xbox fans begging for Helldivers 2? No.
I would rather have Helldivers 2 than most of the shit that Microsoft puts out.
But what Phil has done, which is a masterful turnaround in the past 3 years, because even though I would say Xbox is third numerically in terms of physical consoles, Xbox is #1 right now in mind share. And what I mean by
Oh, God.
that is because people are begging for Xbox games now. Look at this. Everybody, Switch and PS5 owners, are begging on their hands and knees for Hi-Fi Rush, critically acclaimed, unique Xbox property. People are begging on their hands and knees for Starfield and Indiana Jones. So I have to applaud Phil Spencer in turning the whole Xbox situation around, because Xbox is not asking for Switch games. Xbox is not asking for God of War Ragnarok or Last of Us. But suddenly...
Oh my God. I guarantee you there's more people on Xbox that would want God of War Ragnarok than people that want Starfield on PlayStation. I guarantee you. 100%.
Suddenly, PlayStation owners and Switch owners and these pathetic anime body pillow incels that owns PlayStations and owns Switches, they're begging for Xbox games, and that just tells you where Xbox is in the marketplace right now. Xbox is up here. It is top tier, and that's why people are begging for their games. What I'm mostly reacting to is the news that came out this week, and it is just a rumor. Apparently, Phil Spencer's going to clear it up next week, but there's a rumor going around that Indiana Jones and Starfield might be timed exclusives that are coming to the PS5. And do you know what my immediate reaction was when I saw that, for real? I said, finally. Finally, the Peasant Station 5 can have some decent games. Finally, y'all don't have to play Daddy Didn't Hug Me Enough games. Finally, y'all don't have to play Press X to Move a Log games anymore. Y'all can finally have some real games, some critically...
Yeah, you can play a game made for modern gaming audiences. Oh my God.
Claimed games. So, look, me as an Xbox fan, I think I've said this before, I don't mind sharing the love. Xbox has always been the place with the best games. All of my friends are on Xbox. All of my stuff is on Xbox. My home will always be on Xbox. But honestly, I think it's great that Xbox has no problem sharing some of its exclusive titles in timed exclusivity deals. But what do you bet? What do you bet that... So everybody knows that when Starfield first came out, every salty, desperate, pathetic PlayStation owner called it trash. But what do you bet now that Starfield is coming out for PS5? It's going to be suddenly goaty, suddenly 10 out of 10, suddenly amazing.
It's not going to be. The game is shit, bro.
But guys, if you get on Twitter right now, people are absolutely having a meltdown in the Xbox camp, and I don't understand why. Because if these rumors are true, let's see what the worst possible scenario of this could be. Worst possible scenario would be Starfield is a timed exclusive that eventually comes to PS5. Indiana Jones is a timed exclusive that comes to PS5 eventually. And people in the Xbox camp are acting like this is the end of the Xbox console. People are saying Xbox is Sega. Xbox is getting out of the console market. I'm going to throw up on the screen here a photo that I took at Walmart today of a fully stocked Xbox shelf with all of the Xbox games there for sale.
Now show the PlayStation section. Notice how none of these games are new. This came out 3 years ago. This came out 2 years ago or 1 year ago. This came out 3 years ago. This came out 5, 6 years ago. Dude, all of this shit's old. None of these are new games. You're not helping your case.
For me at Walmart. Guys, Xbox isn't going anywhere.
And they're all on clearance too. Look at this shit. They're all having like the fucking clearance sticker next to them.
For me at Walmart. Guys, Xbox isn't going anywhere. These games, as Phil has always said, there's going to be timed exclusivity for many of these titles. Microsoft owns Call of Duty. Microsoft owns Minecraft. Microsoft owns Overwatch. Microsoft owns Diablo. All 4 of those games come out on Xbox. They often come out on Switch, and they definitely come out on PS5. So do you think that Microsoft is required to release every single game it owns only to Xbox? No, that would be foolish. So people who are freaking out about this and saying that Xbox wants to get out of the console business, I think that is just a silly, silly thing. Now, what I do think is likely is that Phil doesn't care about physical consoles anymore. Phil cares about you playing on whatever device you want to play on. And this is why pathetic reject PlayStation owners count consoles, and that's the only thing they count. Notice they don't count portals. They don't count their failed handheld device. They want to count consoles. But what we know about
the failed handheld device that literally resold for more money in terms of profit than the Xbox Series X did at the peak of the hype.
About the Xbox ecosystem is that Phil Spencer does not primarily care about the console anymore. He cares about PC, he cares about Xbox, he cares about handheld. Shoot, I play Game Pass a lot on my Steam Deck. And so it's all about engagement. The future
You play Game Pass a lot on your Steam Deck. Gotcha.
Of Xbox and the growth of Xbox going forward is that Xbox
I mean, he could be a troll, but the thing is his entire channel history is like white knighting for Starfield and shit. So I don't genuinely know.
Is going to run on a
I would like to assume he's a troll, but there are people who are genuinely that fucking dumb, which is the sad thing.
They're planning multiple different consoles, and so. But what I think is likely is that Xbox will probably be third in physical console sales going forward, but in player count, it's going to reach a dominant status. So what do I mean by that? I mean, if you count all of the devices that people are playing Xbox as a brand on, it's going to be more than Switch and PlayStation. But if you were to only count physical console sales, it's going to be less than Nintendo and PlayStation. And I think Phil Spencer is fine with that because, like I said, Xbox isn't limited to the console anymore. Xbox is on PC, it's on console, it's on phones, it's on Steam Deck, it's on the Rogue Ally, it's in all these other places. And so it's not like you can look at console sales and count console sales anymore. That's a very 90s, very boomer way of looking at things to count console sales. But guys, yeah, just to close this video up, I see no indication. Look, you don't spend $68 billion on buying Activision if you want to get out of the gaming business. You don't spend $68 billion on Activision to not make a console anymore. But what I think is likely is that because they're not putting all of their exclusive content exclusively on the Xbox console, Xbox doesn't care about driving people to an exclusive console experience. Xbox wants you to be able to play wherever you are, and honestly, that's pretty cool if you think about it. Because I think about some of the things that
it's really cool that your entire console library is all of a sudden not going to be accessible unless you have an old ass piece of hardware that it stopped working. Well, take your chance with another pre-owned one.
Love about Xbox. I love having all my friends on there. I love parties, and I love the fact that they've been so faithful to restore like old games and keep old games up to date with like higher frame rates and higher 4K and things like that. Regardless of what device I'm on, I can still kind of play all of my digital games. And so I believe in Xbox as an ecosystem, and it honestly doesn't matter whether I play on my PC or on my console or on another device because I'm accessing my same friends, I'm accessing my same games, and so I think Nintendo losers and PlayStation incels, y'all are living in the past when y'all are exclusively caring about console sales. Yes, it is likely that for physical console sales, Xbox is not trying to go to number one. Look, Xbox could jump to number one in console sales tomorrow if they wanted to. You know how they would do that? They would make Call of Duty, Overwatch, Diablo, and all these games exclusive to the Xbox console, and they would sell, and everybody would ditch their PlayStations the next day.
Yeah. And they would literally have to take a, $40 billion write-off on their recent purchase. No. That is complete and total cope.
Go buy an Xbox. But Phil doesn't want to do that. He wants games on as many devices as possible, and I believe in the Xbox ecosystem, and we're definitely going to have an Xbox console going forward. All right, I'm out of here. Bye. Hang on. Actually, there's one or two other things I wanted to say before I get out of here. Number one, I thought of this later. How many times have people prophesied the end of Xbox? Last fall, you remember when Redfall came out, and before Starfield came out, before Starfield was a huge success, everybody was like, this is the end of Xbox. You know, Xbox isn't going to make it if they don't have a huge exclusive title hit with Starfield. If Starfield fails, Xbox is going to fail. Guys, people have made their career out of predicting the failure of Xbox, and Phil Spencer is just a big fuck you right in your face because Xbox is your daddy, bud. Xbox owns everything. Xbox.
They own you, apparently.
It isn't going anywhere. It's here to stay, and it's here to dominate. Number two, no matter what happens with Xbox exclusives, you know we're going to get them first. So with Indiana Jones and with Starfield and Hellblade 2, you know Xbox is going to get these games for like a year before they get ported to PS5. So I don't know about you, but do you want to wait a year to play these incredible games?
What incredible games. And yeah, I don't fucking care.
I don't want to wait a year. So no matter what we're doing on the Xbox console, we're getting these incredible games first because Xbox is the home of the Xbox. The Xbox console is the home of the Xbox brand. Number three, with all the doom and gloom scenarios that people are painting, just know that most people don't even know what an exclusive is. People are asking questions.
What?
Like this. I saw there's an Indiana Jones game. Where can I play it? Can I play it on Xbox? I saw there's a Spider-Man game. Where can I play it? Those are the kinds of questions people ask. People don't. Our community on Twitter and YouTube is such a tiny. We are such a tiny part of the community of people asking.
Yet you're using a 4,000 person petition to frame an entire market that got it.
About exclusives, most people don't even give a fuck.
04 Alphatron with the 2. Phil definitely flips the bird to gamers. Yeah. Bro, he was definitely the fucking Trojan horse of the Xbox division.
Or know what an exclusive is. And finally, as I said earlier, Xbox has many games that are multi-platform, and it's fully expected that Indiana Jones and Starfield could become multi-platform at some point. And like I said, Peasant Station 5 owners, I'm glad. Y'all need to get some good games, so I hope y'all finally get some good games. All right, I'm really out this time. Bye.
But yeah, like, look at his channel. It's like low IQ, Starfield takes, 4 obvious things every Starfield critic ignores, the universe people wanted in Starfield even possible, PlayStation has 0 first-party games, why are people so salty about Starfield's success, Xbox steals the show, let's laugh at the disaster of PlayStation, does Sony own the Game Awards now, bias is laughable, PlayStation fanboys can't take it anymore, they're quitting gaming. A PlayStation boss admits defeat. New Xbox exclusives leaked. Sony fanboys are just lying and saying they played Starfield. 18 tips and tricks Starfield never explains. Xbox console sales blast off while PlayStation implodes. The salt just keeps flowing. Like, if you go back, man, it's like he's always been... Am I an Xbox fanboy? What is Phil Spencer's secret strategy? Xbox is destroyed. So if he's a troll, he's been at it for a while. If he's a troll, he's been at it for a fucking while. But it just seems like he's a fucking, Starfield simp. Hidden gems on Xbox Game Pass. But, yeah.
I can't afford this shit!
I'm probably going to go ahead and hop off, guys, because I got a really fucking bad headache, so... I'm going to probably go ahead and lay down, because I don't really want to fucking sit here with my head, throbbing and staring at a screen anymore, so... Have a wonderful night, everybody, and a great Wednesday. Appreciate everybody for coming out. Big ups to everybody in the chat. Oh, shit. Gary Coleman with the 2. He deep throats Starfield and Xbox. That's right. He's like... But anyway, guys, have a good day. I will talk to all of y'all later. Peace out, everyone.